Good evening. Hello, Octorate. Has it really been that long? Also, hello, Azure Shot. You're gonna hear like one or two clicks. I need to stop something. I can also hear some noises. I realized I never actually put the microphone away, so every week I pull them out and they're a little dusty and they need a little bit of cleaning. Hold on. Oh, Guild and Stefan. How are you doing? Can I do this? Okay, easy. Actually, gotta do a little bit more. Hold on. Busting out the ear cleaners. Oh no. Japanese style ear cleaners are a bit. I feel like they don't always quite get the job done right. Like they leave more feathers than they clear off dust. Maybe it's just the particular ones that I got. Hold on, let me tap. Okay, maybe I've gotten it all out from the ear cleaner itself. I can see something. I just a little bit. There we go, maybe. That was one side. Okay, I need to move something. There we go, out of the way. So we can get closer. Let's see. With all the angles I have to hit for this in order to see it properly, it's kind of no wonder people tend to do more static images, I guess, for this. If I want to be able to see what I'm doing. Okay. I think just a little bit more. Can you hear tapping? That's a big one. Okay. There we go. How to slip it away so it's not a tempting thing for certain someone who may or may not show up. I really wasn't certain if I was going to be able to stream or reading today. There was multiple live bands playing outside the garden from, I guess, 11 or noon onward. That's when I sleep. So I haven't really gotten very good sleep today. When I heard them before, something's still going on. It was just kind of maybe they'll end at before 5. Maybe it stops at 5. Thankfully it has. Just like a bit of a battle of the bands. There's country on one side and then something else on the other. But I guess it's better for them to do it during the day than during the night at streaming. Once this was something that was ongoing for months. There was a mariachi band that would play on Saturday nights. They would start around I guess like 7 or 8 p.m. and then run until like 10 or 11. Right over my D&D campaign at the time. One of my D&D groups, anyway. It wasn't so bad, except like you could hear the tuba from pretty far. I think it was a tuba. I don't know. There was some one instrument that was like deeper and louder than the rest that had traveled. Like the music traveled a lot further than the rest. Hello, Judas Priest. Hello, Wonder Asmer. Like the Winnie the Pooh. Okay. So last time we were reading monsters for our dungeon world. Let me bring up one or two things. And let's see what else. Oh, actually, why is this not? Okay. There we go. Huh. Surprising. I'm surprised they were able to get away with it. But I'm not gonna say anything if you don't. It's probably important again to start with, what is a monster? Oh, well, Pooh did, but I think those specific images maybe not so much, because I suppose it depends on like how much of it is Pooh from the book and how much of it is Pooh from Disney. That sort of depiction. Hello, Sky Dragon. So, I don't know what's different. For instance, I believe I just watched the Winnie the Pooh shorts, maybe shorts, not shorts, the Disney animated one, the first one. And they have this whole running joke that I didn't understand when I was younger, of how Gopher keeps saying that he's not in the book. So all I can think of with that is like, okay, so you can't have Gopher because Gopher's not in the book. Gopher is not public domain. Gopher is Disney. Let's see. Yeah, Azure Shot, you're actually 100% correct. A monster is anything that stands between the PCs and whatever the fuck they want. A monster is any living or undead thing that stands in the character's way. So, the merchant is, in fact, a monster by definition in Dungeon World. Hello, Nut Ale. Hope you're doing well. So, they also talk about in here how our first agenda is to portray a fantastic world. So, supposed to describe the monsters in vivid detail. However, they generally, in the stat blocks following, they don't give a whole lot of detail necessarily. Some of them are extremely short. There's something suspicious about that merchant. You are able to play evil characters in this game. Their alignment system is a bit different. So not necessarily every class has an evil option, but some of them do. So there's, for instance, I believe for the rogue, let me check actually. Okay, should I check? No, it's not a rogue, it's a thief. My bad. Thief has the options for alignment of chaotic, neutral, or evil. They have descriptions for these alignments. And I think you pretty much earn. You are incentivized in order to act towards your alignment. So for the example, the actions that further your alignment or like exemplify your alignment as a chaotic thief is leap into danger without a plan. Neutral is avoid detection or infiltrate a location. An evil thief shifts danger or blame from yourself to someone else. Let's see. Wizard has 3 traditional alignments. Let me check. Oh, wizard. Their alignments are good, neutral, or evil. A good wizard uses magic to directly aid another. A neutral wizard discovers something about a magical mystery. An evil wizard uses magic to cause terror and fear. Thank you for the follow, DJ Samuel. Yeah. I distinctly remember this because Paladin has 2 alignment options. And I definitely remember using my alignment. The alignment options for a Paladin are lawful and good. So, a good Paladin, endanger yourself to protect someone weaker than you. A lawful Paladin, deny mercy to a criminal or unbeliever. That was a moment. What is that? Sparkly bee. I think that there are other systems that do that too. For instance, I'm currently reading through Chronicles of Darkness, and that's another one that there is no alignment per se, but there are definitely incentives to act towards your character traits. And there's a balance of character traits. For instance, for humans, there's a virtue and a vice that you pick from, and there are incentives to act towards those. For example, for vampires, though, it becomes I'm trying to remember, it's a mask, and I was just looking at this. I'm currently building a character. So there's the mask, which is the face that you show to the outside world, and then there is the other word that I can't remember, but it's basically the creature you are within. Like, if you are at home, this is what you are. The face that you would only show, like, your closest confidence. I don't remember what it is. Let me grab my sheet. You're gonna hear some clicking. Click. Dirge. Dirge is kind of a weird name for it. I sort of understand because the name of it is Vampire the Requiem, and they kind of got some musical things going on. For instance, a concept called beats, but like dirge. Its incentives to not build a complete very soon. And thank you for the follow, Kunikam. I'm not certain about psychological masks, but it wouldn't surprise me. Okay, it's a lot. Give me a second. Thank you for the water. I'm gonna take care of that first. Okay, stretch. Okay. I never actually look at myself when I'm doing the stretch. It's kind of how strange does it look? And posture, I should probably do one thing. Hopefully this won't be too loud. Realizing that I am kind of shrimping, but that's because of my current ankle, and I need to raise this. You have to get closer to me. Actually, I'm going to mute really quickly just in case this gets loud. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't make the mic any taller. I don't have the power right now to unscrew this one section. I need to go get like a gripper thing to do it to help. In my defense, it's kind of stuck a bit tight. So I'm gonna be slightly shrimpy. Gonna be slightly shrimpy. Line reading. It's for if you want me to read something specific. That's what it's for. I've had people ask me to read copy pasta. There was one that was like a tsundere one, and there was one about someone with a PC gaming laptop making like someone bringing it to their class and it being like a monstrous device that was so loud and still wasn't very good. It's fine. I should probably rewrite that a little bit to make it a little more clear. But Azure Shot, you're right. Yeah. I think it's also a bit, isn't there coding or something like that in regards to changing how you act depending on who you're around? I think that there's a word in front of, I guess code switching is what it's called, maybe? That might be a more modern thing, though. It might be related, but not exactly the same. Related concepts. But yeah, building a character and figuring out all that stuff. There's also for all of the Chronicles of Darkness, as far as I saw, concept, which I think is a good thing to start with in terms of building your character. You're gonna hear some clicks. Click, 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 click. It was very helpful when I was building a Scion character in the past. You have a concept and like writing it down. What is your tropes? Mash your tropes into a quick phrase. Very quick phrase. Thank you. Papa did a good job. No, I just have to not blink so much. I skipped around. So we covered the definition of a monster. We've already covered, I'm going to switch to this real quick. This might look a little strange. Which one is it? This one? Okay, we can still do it. Oh, I don't want an ad for config, thanks. So, I've been going through each of the different monster sections and ranking them. Like how cool the monsters are, or how fun they seem to be to play against and as a DM. My S tier is pretty small, but I think it's kind of in the most part, I guess. Okay. Looking at it, the Lich and the Vampire are very intelligent monsters, and that makes them fun to play and play against. Drant, look, I'm a garden elf. I like the concept. Will-o-wisps, I think, are not used as often as they could be. I think they're fun to use. Luring adventures. And gelatinous cubes are gelatinous cubes. Dungeon cleaners. Dungeon cleaners. You can also see I've got dragons and chimera and doppelgangers in werewolves and rust monsters. I've never actually played against a rust monster or with. Have I? I'm not certain now. There's a chance I may have actually. There's a chance I may have. Let's see. But there's only about 2 more sections left. To give you an idea, this is, I believe, 6 or 7 sections worth of monsters that we've already covered. They each have a theme. There was... Let me check. What? Okay, that's really bright. Let me turn this up. I don't know why. Every time I switch back and forth, it turns dark mode off, and I don't want to blind you guys again. There were cavern dwellers, swamp denizens, undead legions, dark woods, ravenous hordes, twisted experiments, lower depths, planar power, and we're working our way through planar powers, and the last one is folks of the realm. I'm hoping to get through these last 2 sections, and also this book. I forgot to. I'm gonna update this stream title. The book is freely available online. All the contents of the book, because this particular edition is open source. You can find all this online and play for free. You know, as an alternative to some other games out there that have not been doing so well on that front. And also, I reiterate this every time, but I do think that the system is easier to start as a DM, and it's also easier to create a character, to be honest. There's a lot less bits and bobs. That doesn't mean that they're going to be flavorless just because there's less bells and whistles, I suppose. So, some things to note about the monsters that we're going to be reading about. They've got attacks. They've got moves, which is a thing in this system. Actions, basically. There's hit points, there's tags. Tags relate both to range and also other special qualities. And they have other types of tags, like how you're likely to encounter them. Are they solitary? Are they in a group? Are they in a massive horde? And then we already covered a section on how to build monsters. But we went through Planar Powers before. Let me bring up the section so you can follow along. So we already covered, for Planar Powers, Angel, Barb Devil, Chain Devil, Concept Elemental, Corruptor, Jinn, Hellhound, and Imp. And we have about 6 more left. I want to say no stat block, I believe, is larger than 1 page, and it's much more likely to be for there to be 2 to a page. They never put 3 on a page, so they're relatively small to deal with. Most of the items in this book are not particularly long. So, the Planar Power Inevitable. It is group, large, magical, cautious, amorphous, planar. It has a hammer, which does d10 plus 1 damage, 21 hit point, and 5 armor. Just, I don't know if this is the most hit points we've seen. I think this might be the most armor we've seen. It's not the most damage, though, I don't think. For other attacks, it has close and reach for range. I'm trying to remember what the last one is. Every time, there's always an intermediary. Okay. There's close, reach, near, far. In terms, there's 4. Okay, I thought there were 3. I think I conflated near and reach. And they have special quality, made to order, or made of order. Made of order, not made to order. I thought that was made of order. That's weird. That's weird. Made of order. This one feels like there's not an exact corollary to think about for some other games. What kind of thing? What kind of thing indeed? All things come to an end. Reality bleeds from the cut of entropy's knife. At the edge of time itself stand the inevitable, massive, powerful, and seemingly carved from star stuff themselves. The inevitable intervene only where magic or calamity have undone the skein of fate. Where the arrogant and powerful boil the substance of destiny away and seek to undermine the very laws of reality, the inevitable arrive to guide things back to the proper order. Unshakable, seemingly immune to mortal harm, and utterly enigmatic, it is said that the inevitable are all that will remain when time's long thread has run out. Instinct to preserve order. So their moves include end a spell or effect, enforce a law of nature or man, and give a glimpse of destiny. I will say, Alien, if there's one thing that this book does, it's not describing things. There have definitely been some things in here where it's like, you didn't tell me what it looks like at all. I don't know how to imagine this. Thank you, Vakabird and Il Peter, for the follows. Let's see. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. There was very distinctly one or two things where it's like, oh, okay, what is it? What does it look like? What does it look like? What is a Zorn? What is a Zorn? Okay, never mind. That does explain. It describes it as shaped like a trash bin. It's kind of, okay, that's pretty evocative, considering it's a garbage muncher. Another one that's a shambler in the mud. I want to say, Monster Sunday, thank you. Happy Monster Sunday to you too. Should be illustrated. There are a few illustrations in the official printed version. However, they're only at the very beginnings of the chapters. This is open source-ish. Oh, I shouldn't say open source. This is, I think it's SRD. So it's really paying. I think they wanted to avoid paying artists. I mean that in the sense of like, not like they pirated anything. They wanted to do everything like to the letter. And like art is expensive. So it's a lot cheaper to just use words. And also probably to keep it keep it open for DMs, so let them mold it as they want. What else was there? I remember there was one or two other things. Oh, I didn't mean to go that far up. Like, what is an abomination? Corpses sewn onto corpses. What's a morgue? A skeleton. A sick bed. A slung hound. There was one or two other things, I swear, that they didn't fully describe. And then there's some that have very short descriptions, like the... Oh, wait, no, not the ogre. Bleh. There was the ogre, and then there was something else that was like an ogre. No, was it not like an ogre? Something that's like an ogre, but isn't. Where was it? Very distinctly they described a creature. Okay, I think it was troll. No? I swear they described one thing as basically like a bigger, uglier version of another. Like, it was a very short description. I think that they were in the same grouping too. It really wasn't a troll? No. Wasn't really just hill giant and ogre? Okay. So yeah, I guess it was the ogre and the hill giant on the same page. Yeah. So, a hill giant is a bigger, dumber, and meaner ogre. And ogres just kind of look like big, dumb humans, I guess. Twisted full of hate. Wild looking men. But a lot of room to work with there. Where else? Corruptor? The corruptor as well, they don't describe what it looks like here. They don't describe a corruptor. Sometimes trolls are like ogres, sometimes they are like dwarves. Yes, all I can think of though sometimes is, I mean, like the little troll dolls. But that's definitely not a fantasy game depiction of a troll, is it? Generally. Lord of the Rings trolls are like ogres. Because I still actually have like the first Harry Potter movie troll in my mind too. But yeah, so they have the corruptor, and this is all, I think it's also the ones that tend to be quotes don't have direct descriptions. So this one, for instance, the corruptor, there is no description of what the corruptor looks like. Absolutely none. And for the concept elemental, they don't describe them either. Chain devils are relatively easy. They look like bindings. Hellhounds are easy as well, as are the imps, as you said. Also, thank you for the follow, Firehawk, and also Eljo Saven. I hope I got that right. So, I mean, they do describe them here as in massive, powerful, and seemingly far from the star stuff themselves. So, I'm thinking of basically take a silhouette of someone. For instance, Dr. Manhattan. Take a silhouette of Dr. Manhattan, except instead of entirely blue man, it is entirely stars. Like entirely black sky type look. That kind of thing. So, void elemental-ish? A little bit? Void elemental-ish. There's other characters that are kind of like that. You can also maybe flavor them to be... this is something I've seen for one or two character concepts. Basically, a character made of noise. White noise. A character made of static. Hello? Hello, Eljo. I can call you that, right? When you think of trolls, you think of tall, lanky, but muscular, green-skinned, humanoid tusks. But the lanky part is what makes it, huh? Like, different from some other groups, because otherwise, that would be a bit like modern interpretation of ogres, because ogres, orcs are green, right? Orcs are green, just like goblins are green. They don't have to be green, neither has to be green. Shrek's not lanky. Shrek is dad bod. Shrek is extreme dad bod. Although, now that I think about just trolls, when I was much younger, I read Changeling the Dreaming book, that RPG book, and there is trolls as a kith in that book that you can play as, and your description isn't too far off, honestly, from their description of trolls. Their trolls are very large, like very tall, not like lanky, but they do tend to be more built. They're like a strongman class, but they are not an evil people at all. They are simply, they tend to portray them as kind of noble himbos, honestly. The example character was, I believe, a male troll in a toga. He was blue. Monks are brown in WoW? I haven't played WoW in many years. I got to like level 10 on a free trial. I don't know what orcs look like in the game very much. Oh, confused bees. The birds are gone. The birds fled the coop. Oh, the nest. The birds fled the nest 3 days ago. They flew them on Friday. Accidentally scared them off. Yeah, there were at least 2 of them in the nest, and they were so big. And I got close, and my cat got close at the window, the closed window, and everyone freaked out. And the cats, or rather the birds, fled, and they haven't returned. Although, I visited my sister, and she said that if I want to take care of that plant and clear things out, I should do that now, because the robin parents might be back to lay a new clutch. Like, I have to go do that, actually. Today after stream, I have to go take a look. There's some things I need to take care of around the nest. And none of the cats are with me today. They're around, but they're lounging in their own spaces. Maybe by the window. I know one of them was pining by the window, by the nest. Like, maybe they'll return. like, oh, little man, it was all your fault. It's all your fault. But they were going to flee anyway within probably another day or 2. Yeah. Mm. It was a fun show for them. And for me. I got a photo of them for a few days in a row to see how they grew. I didn't get addicted to WoW because it was a very, very long time ago and did not have the funds to pay for a monthly sub at the time. But now I can, so now I instead play Final Fantasy XIV, which is having an update on Tuesday. No, I did want to play WoW, but I couldn't do it with a sub. I couldn't play anything with a sub. It was probably a good thing too. It was probably a good thing for me to not play it. I feel like that would have... I feel like I would have made different life choices. Thank you for the raider access. Hello, hello. What, were you playing Darkest Dungeon again? Oh, you weren't. Asanzo, I've not heard of that. Oh, welcome raiders. Today I am reading about monsters. Have a good night, Araxis. We are not only reading about monsters, talking about appearances of the monsters. The inevitable here, for instance. Let's create a cutout of a man and replace the contents. Replace the contents with a starry night sky, that kind of thing. I think that's the best description that we have of this particular monster. Although, looking at it, it's actually a lot of the other monsters that we have that are big in terms of hit points and armor and damage are usually solitary. This one's in a group. It's not a horde, but still in a group. When you're fighting this, you have to fight. You're likely to fight multiple. That's not good. That's bad. I don't... unless I do some math, I can't think of, for instance, how much the maximum hit points that you can have as a player character in here is, but honestly, I would imagine that this would still be a threat even at max level. Like, that's what it's meant to be. Near max level. A better term than monster? Why is that? I do have a description at the beginning of the monster section about what defines a monster. And what was it again? Let's see. Azure said a monster is something in the adventuring party's way, like the merchant who is keeping money from them, and that is absolutely accurate to the definition of this. Monster is not evil and ugly. It is not. A monster is an obstacle. An obstacle that is living or undead. That's all it is. So it's all perspective. But of course we're rooting for the PCs, right? Regardless of whether they're good or evil. We want to hopefully see them succeed. Against all odds. I say that. At the same time, I suppose it's not accurately accurate. What we want is an interesting story. What we want is drama. And usually, I would say, success. Will-O-Wisp is a monster. A Will-O-Wisp is a monster. They do have them in here. They have a description. Let me grab that up. That was in the swamp area. Oh, Will-O-Wisp. They can do damage. Spot a lantern floating in the darkness. Lost traveler in the swamp. Hope. A beacon of shimmering light. You call out to it, but there's no answer. It begins to fade, and so you follow, sloshing through the muck, tiring at the chase, hoping you're being led to safety. Such a sad tale that always ends in doom. These creatures are a mystery. Some say they're ghosts, others beacons of fairy light. Nobody knows the truth. They are cruel, however. All can agree on that. Instinct to misguide. Moves include lead someone astray and clear a path to the worst place possible. So they are all about being an obstacle. And that is in their nature. That is literally their instinct to misguide. It's a very broad definition, but I think it cuts down on a lot of, I guess, questions, so to speak. It's a lot easier. We can consider all these things as a monster. There's no like quibbling over. Thinking about, for instance, in D&D, there's a question is a corpse an object? That sort of thing. Like, does a corpse count as a person or as an object? And sometimes there are interesting mechanics to be had from that sort of issue, right? So things are laid out here with not everything is a monster in the world, but almost anything could be a monster. Okay, we actually didn't finish the inevitable. The instinct was to preserve order, and their moves include end a spell or effect, enforce a law of nature or man, or give a glimpse of destiny. Skeletons. In D&D, I don't know, but I think that they would be. I'm not certain. It might also depend on the particular version that you're playing. I haven't played a necromancer in a couple years. Let's see. Thinking about this is kind of okay, so just more of a PC can't be a monster, right? Probably not. There's probably like a superficial thing because they're part of the party. So I guess that would be a case of run by the DM. That's kind of an asterisk here. There's no monsters, just creatures. That's fair. Thank you for the water. That's the party messing up. Yeah. That's why he wants to be clear on alignment, intersections at party creation. Actually, that reminds me. I'm starting in a game of Blades in the Dark, and the character creation is really neat with the creation of the crew at the start. It really tells a lot about the game. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to trying out Blades in the Dark. I've got my character created. Although, it's a little embarrassing because we were talking about like what we wanted to play as, like what was calling out to each of us in terms of playbooks, and I think I picked like third or so. I picked Hound And then I realized after a little bit of coming, like reading through the book and thinking, oh, I can just grab this and this. We're playing a crew that is, I don't remember the exact name of it. I think Shadows. Shadows. We're playing Shadows, actually. The Thieves and Spies. We're playing Thieves and Spies. And I create a character that's probably a little better off as an assassin, but I'm going with the tracker route more so as a hound. And partway through, I realized, oh, I'm creating a character from a rich background who is mostly looking forward to hunting people and stuff because it's fun. Watching people is interesting. Look, the little ants go, that kind of situation a little bit. Also, I know that it's supposed to be a bunch of scoundrels. She loses all her money to... her vice is basically like coke or meth or something like that, so... very much former rich kid. Oh, so you were one of those. We have one of those too. Someone who's looking forward to playing a alchemist of sorts. I think that was the leech, maybe? But yeah, I realized after a while, I just accidentally created, I guess mostly as a reference point, I'm using a boy from Twisted Wonderland to Rook. My favorite character. The, stalker. The human stalker. Just likes to watch. But it's working. It's working for the setting, I think, right now. Just like, yeah. I mean, the game is playing Spies and Thieves. I don't remember what we chose for the particular types of things we're going to focus on. If it's going to be extortion, or if it's going to be... I'm trying to remember what else is in the playbook. Not playbook, but in the grouping for Shadows. Like, there's outright stealing stuff. There's extorting. There is like actual proper spying. But my character has basically a stalker, essentially. That she's suited to not necessarily all shadow, not all shadow types, but she's really good for a few. When you need a lookout, when you need someone who is following other people or like studying other people to figure out how to get past something. Your crew is brutish. That is an option. That was actually the one option that most of us at the table were like, yeah, I'm not interested in playing a game as brutes here. Like, we're playing Blades in the Dark. This is a scoundrel game. If we wanted to just like beat other people up, we could play something else. Let's play something a bit more I guess social. Intrigue a little bit. No, my character's vice is actually coke powder. I don't exactly know what kind, except it's an upper. Like, whatever exists, you know? I was thinking smoking, like opium or something like that, because smoke shop is one of those things that's an option, but then I realized that's not a good idea for a stalker because that would give them too much of a scent that would be noticeable. So she would pick something that wouldn't leave a scent if she were picking a drug. Otherwise, yeah, it was kind of a, rich kid smoker. But nope, rich kid on coke or meth or something. The setting for the game is a kind of fantasy Victorian era hellhole. Full of ghosts. Screaming on the outskirts of the city. So, not everything has a proper analog to the real world, but being able to say Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's blowing off steam by going to like the local powder den or something. I think it will be appropriate. Also, thank you for the follow, Creeper Allman. Very timely, talking about my Blades in the Dark character that I'm going to be running soon, which is going to be a creeper, in the stalker sense, not in like a Minecraft sense. Nice kill count 3 sessions. I would imagine that as a British group. Also, hello Shixar. How are you doing? Yeah, explosives. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. It's gonna be. I'm not certain if they're gonna exactly focus on explosives because I don't know how well explosives would work for a group of shadows necessarily. Depending, like maybe controlled explosives for. What is the phrase? Controlled explosives for getting into locked areas and stuff like that would be appropriate, but I don't really know a lot about that. I am an elf. I'm a garden elf. Think about a wood elf. The wood elves are the ones who are running barefoot in the woods, right? With their bows. More homey than that. More manicured. More manicured. The green. Also, if you've ever heard of an Eladrin, something a bit like that. Making doodads for curious buyers. Does that fall into the pleasure category? Or weird? Does it fall into weird? Each of the vices in Blades in the Dark is one of a group of categories. So, obsession. Okay, so that would be weird, I think. I think that would be weird. But yeah, so there's pleasure, stupor, there's like fanaticism, I believe, like a religion as one of them, and like weird stuff. Just, so I thought it was easy. Like a hunter would probably be. A hunter and drugs is not an unusual combination, I feel like. Dungeon World is kind of similar to Dungeons and Dragons. It's another fantasy tabletop RPG system. Dungeon World came out way later, and it is based on Powered by the Apocalypse, and it is also free to read online legally. Oh wait, no, that's the wrong command. I need to grab up this one instead. Read. Thank you for the stretch. But it is, I would say, easier than Dungeons and Dragons. It's easier than Dungeons and Dragons. The book is like 400 pages, but as a player, you don't need to read that much. The classes are more limited, but there are a lot of homebrew classes that are available online. And as a DM or game master, it is a lot easier to run, I think, because the rules are more standardized. Like running D&D sometimes gets a bit the rules are kind of wibbly. But here things are broken down into moves, and they give like better guidance. And also, this is 410 pages for the entire base game. There's no separate monster manual, there's no separate dungeon master's book. It's all rolled into here. And also there's only, I think, well, I shouldn't say only. The dice system is a bit different. Okay, stretch. Okay, Thank you for the stretch. Thank you, podcast. And also thank you for the follow. It's easier to get someone who hasn't played. That... maybe? The people I actually played this with, I had played Dungeons and Dragons with a lot. I say a lot. Not the most, maybe, but it was not their first RPG. And I think most of the people I played it with, I say most, 3 out of the, I guess 5 or 6 of us who played, no, 4, a majority of the group had other games. Yeah, like the TM had run a one-shot of Made RPG for us before. One of the other players had run some Star Wars games. And another one was he was very much interested in like 3.5 D&D. But also open to like absolutely power gaming through other systems too. Like when he ran through one of the Star Wars RPGs, kind of breaking, I say breaking rules, but not in the sense of like breaking world, maybe not breaking world rules. Basically, he wasn't able to do damage to a large monster except crits, and so like he crit something to death. I wasn't there for this, I just heard it secondhand, and it was apparently a very strange combination that he put together that did weird damage. Yeah, no, this was a very adaptable group. And I have to say, like, my introduction to tabletop games was, okay, I played with one other person once, like introductory, I think 3.0 or 3.5, probably 3.0 though. But that was pretty much like taking out a base intro box and like reading through it and just doing like a few turns, not really a whole lot more. But after that, my first tabletop game that I played in was a vampire campaign. It was a vampire campaign, so not a standard introduction. Granted, I would say at the time, World of Darkness was it was what, like the second? It was the second most popular RPG system, or like RPG world. But then again, the gap between that and D&D was large. But it was still available in stores to find, unlike some other systems. Your first tabletop was Call of Cthulhu? Oh, when did Call of Cthulhu come out? Give me a second. When did it come out? I've played Call of Cthulhu, and it wasn't... I liked it. 1981. Wow, okay. For some reason, that slipped my mind. But it might be that different revisions. I think I played a later one. Way later. Because we only played it like maybe 2 years ago, maybe 1 year ago at that. You would have gone with Hunter. But playing Call of Cthulhu as your first game, depending on what rule set, I'm guessing, because again, I only have experience with, I guess, 7th edition probably, and 7th edition, I didn't actually really have to read a whole lot. DM explained a bunch. It was not a difficult game to pick up. Okay, yeah. So, I think there was a little bit of getting used to the roll system. but not too bad. They wanted to keep trying playing World of Darkness. Which plane were you playing? Chronicles of Darkness then? Like just play as humans? Because like playing World of Darkness, which one are you talking about? There's way too many flavors. Play as humans? I've heard of people running campaigns where you start as humans and then you adjust, essentially. But that might also depend on if you're running like a multi-splat or not. I think it might be more difficult to tie everyone into the same world unless there's a big thing. Horror RPG? Yeah. I guess it has that feeling of impending doom. At the same time, like, what can you effectively do as a human against anything that you're facing up against? But I suppose the same sort of vein happens in Call of Cthulhu, right? It's not a good world. But I feel like playing Call of Cthulhu, at least the way my DM ran it, like there was more hope. Even if it wasn't a whole lot. We did, I think, 2 or 3 sessions focusing on one small thing. But we successfully dealt with that one small thing. Even if we were a bit scarred afterwards. But no one died that session, or like that story. But I could easily imagine it having gone bad. What with the zombie bear? Mummy bear, whatever it was. Thank you, Asfox, for the follow, and thank you, Chicky, for the follow. Yeah, World of Darkness. Considering, I guess it feels like if you're just playing World of Darkness as mortals, what is the storyline? What is the point? You're playing humans. What is spectacular about your lives? That is kind of the crux of the question. What is the storyline? It's so broad. Versus if you pick a specific subsection like Hunter, you automatically have a goal. I suppose Vampire has a similar issue in terms of it's very open-ended because you're basically just living out the rest of your extremely long life. The rest of your unlimited, eternal life. And what is the plan there? But the plan for Vampire is to get ahead without dying. But you still have a leg up on some creatures in the world. A D&D-esque game, starting as a house cat. That's not something I've heard before. Ascended house cat. Depending on if there are any tabaxi in that world, though, they might be a little upset to hear that. Just the feeling like, wait, you could be theoretically then demoted into a house cat. That would be demeaning. Yeah. Call of Cthulhu, I guess the unknowable horror is more frightening. Generally more frightening. But it also probably makes it maybe not harder. Is it like, would it make it harder to run or easier to run? Because the only thing is you can't show too many strings. You can't actually show too much because then it becomes less frightening, right? Like, well, thinking about Jaws, the shark movie, and how if they had shown more of the actual shark, it would have been less scary than what they ended up doing. That's something a lot of other horror movies have to deal with. Hot dog vendor who stole car radios as a side hustle. That's a normal-ish human death. It's a normal-ish human death. A youth pastor. Oh. At least it's still possible. At least it's still possible to play. You don't have to change, hopefully, too much. Thank you for the follow. I've hold for mommies. Thank you. A GM is more incentive to understand the setting in World of Darkness. The players get a chance. I suppose that's true too. Actually, so I'm preparing for a game of Chronicles of Darkness. So I'm doing research right now, and we're playing in a very particular time period. So I'm just more of the description is like, it's not a history test, but here I am thinking like, oh, I should look up reference books for this and that and this other thing, and looking up like, okay, so what is the definition of this, and then finding out, oh, the definition changed over the course of centuries, so it used to be more broad and now it's only this. Like, how do all these things work? What are the things I should know? I have in the past for playing characters bought outside reference books for like understanding motivations and stuff. It's kind of I don't want to say like nightmare player, but it's not like 99% of it shows up, but like getting it into the right headspace. There we go. And now you get to use that to have an old supernatural creature. You'll use that too archaically. But I'm not the DM. That's the thing. Not the DM. No, I'm not the DM. I was just looking up, for instance, what is the difference between an abbey and a priory? And a convent, and things like that. And convent used to be a broader term. It was not very specifically for women of the faith, so to speak. And then finding out, oh, so a priory is like a level below an abbey, but also at the time priories didn't exist, so it's kind of a moot point. So an abbey might be nowadays a larger structure, but back in, say, 5th century AD, even if there were a few number of people, I shouldn't say of the cloth, but like let's say nuns or sisters or monks or friars. There's also the definitions of all those things and how they're different, not just on gender lines, but in other things as well. It would be in an abbey even if there's only like maybe a dozen of them. And I guess also like what separates a monastery from all this. doing research on those topics for a better understanding of how things were organized back in the day. And also then you come into issue of regions for these different things, because back in the day, not quite so fast for travel. No being subservient to demons and fiends. Yeah, so you could be celestial, or rather celestial warlock. Oh, you're missing out on Hunter's Mark, unless you're using the revised Ranger, the one that has like inborn Hunter's Mark. I won't just say Hunter's Mark shouldn't count as magic. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I did a similar thing in the past. I will say, a lot of it is just fun in general. I do very much enjoy reading about this sort of thing. And I've done some research, similar research in the past for some of this. I want to say it wouldn't be my first time playing a cleric-inspired mechathon by early Christianity, so it's already slightly... some of the work has been slightly laid. Hunter's Mark, Hex, they're the same picture. Actually, yeah. You're not far off. Yeah. Although I want to say, when the players do ask you something like that, when they ask you what's for breakfast at this particular and being able to pull out like a stupid list of what's in season in this particular locality is just way too much dumb information on my part. Like too much time put into that. Economy. Building an economy. I mean, for me, for some of it, it's kind of a case of yeah, I would look into the plant work. It's fun. I like looking into seeing. I like plants. I like plants. Of course, I'm gonna know what's in season in this particular region. Yeah, names were the hardest thing. It's kind of an oh shit. What do you mean you're talking to NPCs? And when they get attached to someone who's just supposed to be a throwaway, like you just pick it out of your list of names and then they latch on, and it's kind of an oh shit, I didn't know I have to continue doing this voice for another like 10 sessions. And that's when the goblin gets a surprise arrow to the face in another session. So you don't have to do the goblin voice for that much longer. Hello, Turk. Hope you're doing well. Yeah. And then there's the characters that you do put a lot of effort into because they're plot-bearing-ish. And then they just get hand-waved out because, like, I don't like him, he's an asshole. It's kind of like, of course he's an asshole. He's secretly a little villain. How could you tell? How could you tell? Yeah. What is it? Boblin the Goblin? That's the example. One of the examples. Okay. You've seen the comics. Have you seen the comic series for Boblin the Goblin? It's just a goblin they met at the bar when they were supposed to go talk to the NPC for the plot quest. Okay. I'm trying to think if I had a boblin. I did have not a goblin boblin, but simply someone who was supposed to like stand in as someone who looks like they can give them directions and speak their language. And then they ended up tagging along for like 10 sessions. Okay, so next we have larvae. They are horrid, devious, planner, and intelligent. They have an attack of slime for the worst of 2d4 damage. And as a reminder, that means that they roll 2d4 and then take the worst option out of it too. It's not that they're rolling 2 sets of 2d4. It's just the worst of 2d4. 10 hit points, 0 armor, and they only have a range of close. Goblin character inspired by Goblin Slayer with a happier ending. What? Did the goblin like adopt a baby human or something and raise after having raised the human's parents to the ground or something? Or was it a case of, well, I guess in that case that was a goblin that could be a good goblin. One of the good goblins, or rather, I know the Goblin Slayer line for good goblins is one that never leaves its cave. But in this case, no, it's fine. Let's see. So for larvae, it feels weird to say larvae. Those who have seen visions of the plains below and survived with their sanity intact speak of masses of these writhing wretches, maggots with the face of men and women, crying out for salvation in a nest of flames. Sometimes they can be goaded out through a rip in the planar call and emerge, wriggling and in torment, into our world. Once here, they spread misery and sickness during their mayfly lives, before expiring into a slurry of gore. All in all, an enticement to do good deeds in life. Instinct to suffer. So their moves include fill them with despair, beg for mercy, draw evil attention. Actually, just thinking, this seems a little familiar, doesn't it? Just, So, these are the sinners, are they? That is the concept here. After death, if you have been bad, this is what you will become. These are some of the creatures that you tell your kids exist so that they will be good. It's not quite like a Krampus situation. Smart ones that trick you into being your friend, and dumb ones that attack on sight. Larv is different from larvae. Pronunciation, how do? I'm trying to learn how to sing something in, I think, Latin. It's just sort of a, when do you pronounce these letters? Sometimes, but not other times. Maybe I'm just listening to a weird interpretation of it. Draw evil attention, though. Difficulty wording. Just sometimes with the spelling of things. I don't know how to pronounce them, but I can usually spell them. It's a problem of not necessarily having read a lot of things out loud. There's one word that I know that I mispronounce a ton because lascivious. I could spell it, but whenever I read it completely wrong, and I did not read it as lascivious. I think that's how it's pronounced, right? Lascivious? I'm trying to think of synonyms for that word. Basically, kind of, let's see. It's kind of a sinful thing. Someone can dress in that sort of manner. I think sinful would probably be a synonym, a potential synonym. There's a feeling to it that I can't put into words. I guess like sinful in a sexy way, more so. Even though it may not actually be like, I don't know if food can be lascivious, for instance, necessarily. Not straight up. Not straight up. Ammo for ammo? Okay. I could see that being a problem. I could see that being a problem. Filled with or showing sexual desire. Okay. Okay. So I'm in the right ballpark. I'm in the right ballpark. I don't read dictionaries anymore. I just read stat blocks. I read stat blocks and manuals. It is the right word. It is the right word. It's sort of... It's got that feeling to it. It's got that feeling to it. Okay, so next monster. Nightmare. Also, what's this? Okay. Wait, why do I still have a little bing on it? Okay, I don't. Nightmare. Is this a... Okay. It was kind of that way. Are they doing the pun? And the second word in the description, like, okay, they're doing the pun. They're doing the pun after all. Lascivious. Yeah. Yeah, I believe that's the right spelling. So I initially read it as like lavicious. Lavicious. So I kind of skipped a couple words in the pronunciation, which messes up a lot. It messes up a lot. And I will just say, I've gone... It wasn't until the past, I think, year that... Yeah, like that. It wasn't until the past year that I realized I was pronouncing it wrong. And it's kind of an... I've gone over 300 years saying this word wrong. Hopefully I didn't mispronounce it in front of anyone impactful, but at the same time, it's not exactly a word that you would want to use. It's a descriptive word that I don't think would come up in formal sessions, you know? It's more of a descriptive word. So a nightmare. They're horde, large, magical, terrifying, and planner. Only a word to use when you want to sound smart or fancy. And I'm kind of picky about my words. And I think that there are times when it's a useful word. I've been kind of called out for picking out weird words sometimes. Sometimes they need those special words. I'm trying to remember one that I used in a description. I ended up teaching it to someone else. Perfunctory, I believe was the word. And if you know what the concept is, you would need probably multiple words to get across the same sort of feeling. Thank you, Enrique, for the follow. Basically, just doing enough to be considered okay. Like, doing what you need to do, and that's that. That's the sort of feeling for perfunctory. A perfunctory response. You said hello, and they said hello back, and they did not continue the conversation. Yeah, kind of bare minimum. Maybe not that kind of bare minimum, but yeah. And there have been a few other words too. I can't think of them right now, but I sometimes stop to have to think about like what the phrase is that you need, or I want, more so. But that's kind of the fun of reading, isn't it? Sometimes you learn new words. Though I was reading some, I think it was in Carmilla, and I thought I was learning some new words because they were slightly misspelled words, or like they were old forms. It turns out they were literally just misspellings in that particular public domain copy. Just kind of an okay, because they're spelling it one way here in the traditional way later. It was just a mistake. I'm not learning new words after all. Salutations, how's your shot? All I can think of is tell my wife hello. It's been a while since I've seen Futurama. Learning the wrong things? Yeah. There are definitely some old books that have the wrong things in them. Common misspellings or just propagating misunderstandings. I've never read Twilight. I honestly don't know if I've even touched the book now that I think about it. Like physically, I don't think I've touched a copy. I used to spend a lot of time in the library, but thankfully, before Twilight came out. Thankfully, before Twilight came out. That was a tactic that map makers also used to use, and they might still do that actually, including false information in the map, to catch people who are just straight up copying instead of going down and learning it themselves. I think that particular thing, misspelling words, that's also and something that they're doing now, right, for web pages and for lyrics. Wasn't Google getting into some sort of legal trouble because they were copying lyrics from certain sites for their like short form reproducing information that wasn't theirs or something? Not 100% certain, but I do remember that there was some sort of legal kerfuffle over lyrics specifically. And that's why sometimes lyrics are wrong on some sites, because they're trying to catch people who are using their information. I don't have time to read books that aren't good. I don't have time. Not right now, anyway. There's not enough time to do things I really wanted to. Speaking of which, I might do a Discord watch along of something later this week. So I talked about building a character for a game and kind of got in the mood to watch some vampire anime. So I might do Vampire Hunter D. I think is more likely to happen than Blood and Last Vampire. I wanted to do a movie, so it's just kind of a one and done. Spotify stealing from Genius. Hellsing Ultimate. So I've heard. I've actually watched the original Hellsing before Ultimate came out, and I have some memories of that. But 12 episodes is still. I think if I do a Discord watch along, I'm gonna start with something smaller, like a movie, something that doesn't require. What's the phrase? It doesn't require the audience to stick around for multiple weeks, because otherwise that's a 6-hour block, and that's kind of long. Commitment. Don't want to force people into a commitment. No JoJo's. I don't have the time for JoJo's. But yes, there's 2 Vampire Hunter D movies. I'm not certain which one yet. I'm more used to seeing, I think, Bloodlust in terms of content. We can watch it in a weekend. Are you talking about JoJo's? The whole series? I don't have the time. I used to be able to like binge huge amounts, but not anymore. Not anymore. I've only done like one Discord event before, so kind of easing more into that sort of thing. Maybe one day. And also I have to actually find my copies. I know where Helsing is. I did find that. I don't know where in the library I put Ultimate because the library is a little broken up and it's not in any particular organized form aside from some series are together, but not all series necessarily. And there are some things where it's kind of a case of I know I have a copy of this, but where did it go? And tearing apart my library and still not finding it. Like maybe it's not in the library, maybe it's somewhere else. Do the thing we tell you to. This isn't Legend of Zelda. This isn't Legend of Zelda. You can backseat me. You can backseat me on that. You can backseat me on that. Also, thank you, Micatron, for the follow. Sorry, I missed that earlier. Okay. So for the nightmare, they are close in reach. They have special qualities of flame and shadow. Well, thank you, Catback, for the follow. The herd came from a pact made in the days when folk still inhabited the blasted steppes. Horse lords they were, who traveled those lands. Born in the saddle, it was said. One of theirs, in a bid to dominate his peers. Sorry. There is a loud noise. I thought I might be able to protect you. I think I was a little wrong. Sometimes there are just loud noises that I can't really account for. It's a little painful. Can I restart that? Born in the saddle, it was said. One of theirs, in a bid to dominate his peers, made a black pact with some fell power and traded away his finest horses. He had some power, sure, but what's a 1,000-year dynasty when a life is so short? Now the fiends of the pit ride on the finest horses ever seen. Coats of shining oil and manes of tormented flame. These are steeds of hell's cavalry. Instinct to ride rampant. Moves include sheath their rider in hellish flame and drive them away. I think that's it. There's no third. Yeah, there isn't a third. The baby face. Every time I look at baby rage. So, they got horses in hell. They got horses in hell. Man, just like that's it. That's it. They took literal horses from like the plains and then they were adapted to fit hell. He just looks so mad, that baby. He just looks so mad. Rabidashes and ponytails. Are there like, I know there are shinies. What do the shinies look like of those? Do they look like creatures from hell? Do they look like nightmares? I know that there are, the Alolan versions, and I don't know what came after that. The regional variants. Blue mane, that's it. There's no dark body. in the mall, I guess. But yeah, I know there's some Alolan versions that are more recolors. But they may not want to, like, inspire a, I guess they already actually have Houndoom. But they might not want to go into the nightmare scenario, so to speak. Actually, hold on. I think I hear someone at the door. Some kitty. Some kitty. Let me see. I'll be right back. Thank you for the headband. No, I think it was further away. I think it was further away. No cat. No cat. Not this time. The regional variants of Ponytown and Rapidash are My Little Pony horses? I don't know how to take that. I don't know how to take that. Oh. Give me a second. What is going on? I'm going to be right back while I figure this out. Something was freezing. Something was freezing. Okay, let's see. Where was it? Where was it? Here we go. Yeah. So, like, thinking about Ponyta and Rapidash as My Little Pony horses, that's kind of a, what is the definition of a My Little Pony horse? So we're talking about it has a cutie mark on it. Is that how they look different? Is that how they look different? Or is it like body shape more so? Cotton candy hair. I don't think my hair is too cotton candy. It's pretty straight and silky. Although I did have someone once ask me about, like, hair tea. There are some places that, I should say, like gimmick restaurants, where it's basically a make your own drink kind of concoction, where there is soda water, sweet, I guess like sweet syrup soda water, maybe just soda water in the cup, and then they have cotton candy on top, and then a syrup that you pour over the cotton candy. It might actually be the other way around. It might be a syrup in the bottom of the glass, cotton candy on top, and then you pour soda water over the cotton candy to mix everything together to make a cotton candy drink, I guess. Pink and purple hair. Ah, okay. So they look, I'm imagining like Pinkie Pie. Pinkie Pie Ponyta. It could be sugary. It could be sugary. I haven't had one of them myself, but I know someone who has. And also there is I saw it at a cafe, Tokikake Cafe, the Girl Who Leapt Through Time Cafe in Japan when it ran. That's why it was clouds over blue, because that's reoccurring imagery. I feel like it's not as prominent as like Makoto Shinkai clouds, but still. And I think they have a similar one at the Kirby Cafe. I think that's what I saw. But yeah, it's like a cafe gimmick type thing. Let's see. So after the nightmare is the Quasit. The Quasit is Horde and Planar. For an attack, it has Hellish Weaponry, which does d6 damage, 7 hit points, 2 armor, and a range of close. Special qualities include adaptable form, an imp with some ambition. A Quasit is a kind of foot soldier in the demon realm, a commoner armed with fangs or claws or wings or some other thing to give it just a little edge over its hellish peers. Commonly bound by warlocks to carry heavy loads or build bridges or guard their twisted towers, a Quasit can take on many forms, none of them pleasant. Instinct to serve. Moves include attack with abandon or inflict pain. So improved imp. Let me check the imp real quick. We just had imp right before today's session. Demon minions. I mean, so are imps then. So I feel like there isn't really, I guess it's just, as I said, it's a level. So d6, 7 hit point, 1 armor. That's it. Compared to the Quasit, d6. So Quasits are a little bit more armored. They're both Horde. Honestly, the imp seems like it does more damage than Quasit. Because the ignores armor option, or not option, ignores armor tag on damage. So I feel like the only thing it has over the imp is that the Quasit has the adaptable form. So that little bit of shape changing. That's it. Did the imp have other tags other than Horde and Planar? Did it have anything to do with smarts? How smart is an imp? So they're intelligent and organized, but a Quasit is neither, even though it's supposed to have cough cough some ambition. It seems a bit strange that they restrict those tags, honestly. There have been a few other instances of comparison between different creatures, different monsters, where the book is a little strange. Yeah, the 2 armor is, but at the same time, I don't know if that's a clear enough improvement over the imp. Thank you, Maxis the droid, for the follow. They're both Horde, though. That's the thing. They're both Horde. Thank you. Like a sunset. Like a sunset. Normally, I only stream at night. This is the one time, I say one time a week. This is the one stream a week that I do early. So I get to actually see a sunset if I want. Thank you for the follow, Blaze the Chef. But yeah, there was the question of Pegasi, and why they were a construct despite their description compared to some other creatures. So there's some strangeness in the book a little bit, like a lot of things were taken separately and not all together, I found. And I feel like this division between the imp and the quasit is one of those where, unless you're directly comparing them, things seem fine. But when you put them next to each other, then it's a little weird. I say that as someone who, for the 3.5 game, literally copied out everything with the trying to remember extra planner fiend tags to do a comparison. All of them. Okay, Tarask. This was one of the big ones in the book. It is, they mention in the initial monster introduction section that not everything with a stat block has all the stats listed. Like, some things don't have armor or hit points. And here we go. This is, I think, our first creature that doesn't have some of those in tags, some of those important bits of info, for good reason. So I think this leaves the Apocalypse Dragon as the largest thing that still has all those tags. So Apocalypse Dragon is still, like, technically defeatable, but this one, not so much. The Tarask. Solitary, huge, planner. Special qualities, impervious. The Tarask. Legendary, unstoppable juggernaut. Eater of cities and swallower of ships, horses, and knights. A creature unseen in an age, but about whom all kinds of stories are told. One thread of truth weaves through these stories. It cannot be killed. No blade can pierce its stony shell, nor spell penetrate the shield it somehow bears. Stories say, though, that the will of one pure soul can send it to slumber, though what that means ends, by the gods, where such a thing might be found. Pray we do not ever need to learn. It slumbers. Somewhere in the periphery of the planar edge, it sleeps for now. Instinct to consume. Moves include swallow a person, group, or place whole, and release a remnant of a long-eaten place from its gullet. So it can just spit out a chunk of a town from 1,000 years ago at someone to delete them from the game. Kind of similar with monster stats. I could see that if they want to keep the mystery. Also, there's I want to say 3.5 had something similar a bit. Again, this is because I was reading about demons. I read a lot. So for 3.5 D&D, what they did was avatars of gods had stats, but the gods themselves do not have stats. The idea being that if it has a stat block, your players are going to see it as a challenge. Like, that implies that they can be defeated, which they can't be. Not without Metapod, essentially. Sorry, there are some sections about, like, deaths of gods and stuff, and it's kind of, Mista. But yeah, so there were a lot of high-ranking fiends who had stat blocks, but not for themselves exactly, but for their avatars, which are only a fraction of themselves, if that makes sense. A facet. So yeah, I think for large powers that are meant to be end game, which, like, who actually hits end game? It's understandable to not have, like, a fully fleshed out stat block. if you want it to be a challenge, especially. Or if it's just not meant to be overcome necessarily by traditional means. And for Call of Cthulhu, really, the journey is what it's about, right? And not necessarily, I guess, the ending per se, because in the long run, it's not going to be a good ending. We all know what's going to happen. We all know what's going to happen. Although at the same time, like, not as depressing as 10 Candles. The monster's attack feels like getting hit by a warship cannon. Warship cannon. That's going to leave you in pieces. You're not surviving that, are you? Yeah. Instinct to consume, just like you, for real. All I can think of is I should call her. I should call her. 10 Candles. Do they say? Yeah, it's kind of funny though. They talk about like eater of cities and swallower of ships, horses and knights, and it's kind of like a ship and a knight don't really fall into the same category there. You could do something else. Say something else. There's gotta be something on land. Trebuchets, maybe? Maybe it needs trebuchets. Can't you have some... Actually, would they even have trebuchets in this kind of... They should. They should. If you can build a ship, you can build a trebuchet. Thank you, Destiny KD, for the follow. Octorate, what is the request? What is the requested line reading? At first I thought the line reading request was right below that, so it's kind of a wait. One's a snack. One's a snack, one's a toothpick. Nine's are... Yeah, but like... It's a metal toothpick, I guess. At least say like Swallower of Dragons, maybe? If you want something else large and like intimidating. What's the direction here? Is this supposed to be a like threat, Octorate? I'm okay with that. It's just more like reading this. Because I don't know what the reference is. A gloat? Okay. Okay, give me a second. Let me think. And also, I want to make sure I can pronounce that correctly. And not flub it. Bleh. Okay. Okay, sorry, I wanted to practice. Thank you for the follow, Archmage Change. Let me... It's just a joke. Thank you for the follow, 7 Daniel 6. You've been broken, Mr. Mohammed KR7. Hello, Skippy. I need to work on that. I guess I kind of slipped more into something else in terms of place. How's the cat? Which cat? Which cat? He's got one more week, I think, until he hits the vet. And he's going to make it. It's just a little rough watching him suffer until then. I was looking and it was just sort of like, huh, he looks a little paler than he should, and he's been sleeping a lot more. But he's still holding on. He's still holding on. And I'm not certain if it's just my memory being not quite right, but I swear he was a little bit pinker before. He's a white and gray cat, and well, he was like more pink. Like the skin is pink. Oh, 6 foot in it. All I can think of for that is British accent. British accent. But he's sleeping somewhere, not with me. Although before stream, what happens? He came up and he wanted to cuddle. He wanted to cuddle. He wanted comfort. So that's why I was like just a few minutes late today, because he was with me and trying to get some last minute cuddles in, but he didn't seem to want to follow me off. He didn't seem to want to follow me into the garden. He's probably still cuddled up there. I've got some problem cats. But the others seem to be fine. Although I mentioned to my family how much one of the cats cost me at the vet back at Easter, and it was kind of a, what do you mean you spent like that much money on a cat? Why would you spend that much money on a cat? It was kind of a, it's my cat. It's my cat. She didn't actually need that much spent on her, but more so if they had done the ordering of tests differently, they would have been able to cut out a lot of work. They probably would have been able to cut out like probably 7 or 8 grand of the cost, but it is what it is. I just suppose I'm lucky that I'm able to do that though. So we covered the Tarask. And there's one more Planar Power that is stronger than the Apocalypse Dragon. $500? $500? God, that wouldn't even cover a dental appointment here. That wouldn't even cover a dental appointment. Ugh. Yeah, my cats get dental cleanings too. Under 5? I don't know how much Canadian converts, but I'm going to guess it's not much better. No, my cats. With the amputation last summer and the vet visits rolling up before that was like another couple $1,000 cat. And it's not the first time that the other cat, a 10 grand cat, this is like the second time she's been a 10 grand cat. This dumb cat. It's just under 400 USD. Yeah, that would definitely not really. I have an upcoming appointment for a nasal wash for my cat, and the consultation fee alone is $245. So that's not considering the procedure too. It's kind of an expensive vet because they are emergency and they do a whole lot of stuff, and their appointment booking was like 2 weeks out from the date I booked it at. But still, like, they're the only place around that does it, and for other things is kind of a, if they're the only ones who will do a cat MRI in the area, well, I guess I'm laying down $3,000 for that to make sure that she's okay. Also, hello, Laxon. It's a bit silly, but at the same time, well, there's... if it's a choice between the money and the cat, I'm gonna choose the cat. As I've done multiple times before. That was just for the MRI. She actually got a couple other tests done too. They are little... They're very cute. They're very cute. They're very cuddly. Thank you, Kenneth, for the follow. They are extremely affectionate. And initially I thought that it was, how to put it, like there are different cat personalities and such. I understand that that's still true now, but after dealing with Contessa, the almost feral, it's been a case of, wait, I can mold their personalities a little bit. I can mold them into what I want them to do. Because these cats did not strictly come as cuddlers necessarily. But they've become that way. They've become that way. So, it's not that I think that they're irreplaceable, but it's very comforting the way it is now. It's very comforting. They've been very good cats to me. So I try and be good to them. You're from Ireland. What are you doing up at this hour then? Isn't it 1 a.m.? Well, 1:22, something like that. Repot them to give them new shape. That is a good way of putting it. That is actually how it feels. That is really... They're plants. They're plants. I know you said liquid, but it's also kind of a I've transplanted one of them indoors, and that's changed how she's been growing. She's gone soft. There's been no wind to push her branches around. One thing, if you're growing seeds indoors, they do tend to be weaker because they don't have that. They didn't grow to have the resistance to the wind. So just seeing that in a cat, kind of the, not reverse exactly, but just, I guess she's withered a little bit in some respects. I don't think she's nearly as hard as she used to be in terms of personality, in terms of roughness. She got a little chunky. Not like super chunky, but she's softer. No more running away from the local raccoons or other cats who would beat her up. The only one that she has to contend with now is an old, infirm cat who's definitely not coming out on top on any fights, and then another cat who is probably her equal, but like too cowardly now to do anything about it. Point of fan. I think she might be afraid. I'm not certain though, but I should break out the fan and see how she reacts. I have a Dyson fan. one of the weird fancy fans that doesn't have a visible blade. It took a while for one of my other cats to get used to it. That cat is now actually afraid of regular fans. He is afraid of ceiling fans. And now I'm wondering if actually my other cat, the new one, the feral, the semi-feral, the stray, if she is maybe also going to be afraid of fans. I never really considered that. She hasn't really been exposed. It's not something I thought I'd have to do, exposing my cats to fans. The fans are their cucumbers. Also, thank you, Kenneth, for the follow. Oh, actually, I missed a few things in here. Dang. Thank you, Skippy, for the follow, and Slater for the follow. Thank you, 6 foot in it. I'm not certain if I caught those earlier. Memory is not what it used to be. It's the 21st? Okay. It's the 21st. 2 more days. The passage of another year. I wish you weren't deathly allergic. There are shots, but I don't know if that will necessarily help you come down from that level. I know a few people who've taken shots so they can have certain types of pets. But I know it does not work for everyone, and even if it starts working, it could go wrong. Balloons. I don't like balloons. I'm not gonna subject my cats to balloons. Exposing your cats only to fans. I'm just thinking, there are a couple of rooms where there's just rows of fans. I could do a gauntlet of fans. That'd be cruel. That would be cruel. They'll get used to them on their own, or they won't. It's only a problem when the fan is on, which isn't really a concern for me. I don't really put them on. Or if the cat is raised, which one cat loves to be baby carried. The other cat does not, so it won't be a concern for one of them. What's wrong with balloons? The pop. I don't like loud noises. I have sensitive hearing. If you couldn't tell by the big ears. I don't like fireworks. I don't like balloons. I don't like loud noises in games. My mother said I used to cry at fireworks. What a child. Banana's squishy toy? She's horrified. Is it because of how it feels in her mouth or how it functions? Because I could see that potentially being an issue. Either case. Thank you, Bullen, for the follow. Yeah, I think it's the threat of the balloon being able to pop at any time. Like, I'm not... I don't go out of my way for balloons. I will accept a balloon gracefully, but I'm not going to do them on my own. Water balloons are a little different though. Water balloons are fine. It's been a very long time since I've handled water balloons, but they don't have the same loud popping noise, I think. Like the water escaping is a completely different noise than the air release. Not afraid of regular bananas? That is weird. That is weird. I once had a pet that was afraid of certain noises. She was afraid of certain bodily noises that humans make. So it might just be like a weird trauma. Not very intelligent. Okay, so maybe she doesn't see it as a banana then, necessarily. Maybe she sees it as something that's sick. Hello, Bullen. What do you mean, oh? I was thinking of, like, maybe it reminds her of a time when she was sick. Like the look of it or the feel of it. Scared of bottle? Yeah. She was, when she was a puppy, very young puppy, she was being raised by humans, and we adopted her from those humans when she was 12 weeks, I think. But I very, very distinctly remember one of the times we visited her before we adopted her. There was basically a massive diarrhea. There's basically a massive diarrhea event among the puppies. Just everyone started pooping at the same time. I don't know why that happens. And I think that may have like scarred her or something, because if anyone made a noise that sounded like a fart, she would run away. She could fart herself and she would run from her own farts. So you could fake, if you can make a noise with your mouth like you were farting, she would run away from you. So you didn't actually have to do it, you could just pretend to. So it was the kind of thing to tell people that if they wanted to get her away, they could just do that. I really don't know why. How to put it? Like, it may not have been the puppy event that made her scarred, but otherwise I don't know what would have. What would have made her afraid of that noise? It's not like it had to be particularly loud either. It's not like a bang. I mean, of course, didn't like fireworks, but or balloons. But how is that noise much different from someone like accidentally slamming a door or something like that? Poot. 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 Oh, that's not the line reading. Damn it, that's not the line reading. I thought that was the line reading. Maybe. I don't remember what medications she may have taken. I don't think she really had a whole lot, but maybe when she was a puppy, maybe after that event there was something. Yes. I need to read names. Look, I was looking for the line reading right afterwards. Stop falling for your name. It's not like Octorate and Enormous Dragon Slayer are the same. It's not. Okay. So what kind of line reading do you have, Octorate? Let's see. What else do we have? Both start with A, so they're basically this. Yeah, no. It's just, I don't remember what the routine looks like when there is text associated with it, and maybe I didn't set up so it had like you have to enter text in order to do the thing. I may have. What is this? Okay. I may not have set it up so that you have to enter text in with it, which is something I should probably adjust. Although I may have also removed it very specifically because someone requested something that was too long for the entry field. Once. I think that was the gamer laptop meme. Copy paste. Okay, so the last planar power I believe we have is the word demon. It is solitary, planar, and magical. All of mortal magic is just words. Spells are prayers, rote formula, runes cast, or songs sung. Letters, words, sentences, and syntax strung together in a language that the whole world itself might understand. By way of words, we can make our fellows cry or exult, can paint pictures and whisper desire to the gods. No little wonder, then, that in all that power is intent, that every word we utter, if repeated in meaning or emotion given to it, can spark a kind of unintentional summoning. Word demons are called by accident, appear at random, and are often short-lived, but come to attend a particular word. Capricious, unpredictable, and dangerous, yes, but possibly useful, depending on the word. Instinct to further their word. Moves include cast a spell related to their word, bring their word into abundance. No, the line didn't go through. I didn't see it. All I saw was poot afterwards. By someone else. Oh, Andres. I want to say, belonging to someone else is not something that I intend to do or to be. Hello, Flax Sashiro. How are you doing? I thought that these would be a bit more grand, these word demons, than they are written as. But I really do like the concept of word demons. Word magic, onomancy. It's just such a shame that generally the interpretations I have seen in games don't really pan out mechanically. I'm doing fine. I am running actually a little bit low on sleep. Before the stream, I'm an evening primrose. I sleep during the day and I come out at night. Today is a little bit of an exception. I get up early, but there was country music outside almost all day. There was country music playing outside. It's very hard to sleep when the battle of the bands is going on, drifting into the garden. So, a little low on sleep today. I might actually go to bed after this so I can catch up. I was not expecting that. It was good music. It was actually very hard for me to tell if it was recorded or not, but with the way it went on and how it all sounded like the same group, I think it was live. So there was at least 2 or 3, I think, live band groups performing, and I was at the crossroads of all of them. It would, if you're a couple of beers deep, I could imagine, yeah. But I was just trying to sleep. If they were doing it at like 8 or 9 at night, that would be fine. More fine, but that doesn't work for anyone else really here. I am alone in the night schedule. I don't dislike country that much. It's simply, it's a bit of a, not the kind of area you would expect it in, I suppose, here. and I don't have a whole lot of exposure to it. Yes, please move your music to late at night. I mean, I did have a mariachi band that would play until like 10 p.m. and that was okay, except for the time of night I had an event that would play at that time. There was also the time I had to cancel stream because it was, they started doing road work outside at 8 p.m. and I started stream at 9, and they were doing road work. They were literally jackhammering outside at like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, which again, I was going to be awake already, but for my poor neighbors who are they're not night people like me. It was just sort of I feel really bad for them. I feel really bad for them. My favorite game? Sorry, just thinking. Okay, this is gonna sound a little dumb, maybe. Have you heard about Final Fantasy XIV? I really like Final Fantasy XIV, but I don't really play it on stream that much. Like, Final Fantasy XIV is the game that I've dumped the most hours into. Thank you, Flexastro, for the follow. A game with a free trial, yeah. I can't do the entire spiel, but it includes the critically acclaimed award-winning Heaven's Ward expansion. You can play up to level 60. I was also considering, like, okay, so out of all games, because you didn't specify video games, so it's kind of a... People have asked me about my favorite board game, and I have an answer for that. And it's kind of a case of between those games and Final Fantasy, MMOs are made to be addicting, you know? It's not a fair decision to pit them up against you. It's not Monopoly. Don't you dare say that. Don't you dare say that. No, I like Betrayal and House of the Hill. Like, I'm gonna count all the versions as... I guess I shouldn't count all the versions, but... They're different, but they all come down to, like, the same concept. Like, that's still fun to me. It's not played out. Same with Bargain Quest. And then, like, tabletop RPGs... It's kind of it feels a little unfair because there's some games that I really want to play, but I don't know if I'm ever going to have the opportunity to play. And so it's kind of do I have to only include games I've played as my favorite, in which case favorite Vampire was kind of, let me think. Hundreds of games halfway through. Yeah, I mean, that's no different than a lot of other things. You could say the same about Final Fantasy XIV. There's like a bunch of different games wrapped into one game. Let me look at something real quick when I think about TTRPGs. Sorry. I have a image that helps remind me of all the different games that I've played in, because sometimes it's kind of a case of I didn't even really consider this one particular game system because I only played it once, but like I really enjoyed it maybe, or like I really hated it. I guess it's also a case of mechanics versus like lore. I will say I liked Scion 2nd edition. I like Scion 1st edition too, First edition had some problems though, mechanically and also with the writing of the book. I feel like second edition fixed the writing of the book, and the mechanics weren't quite so fucky in some instances. But I don't know if I would put Sign above Final Fantasy XIV, unfortunately, because again, MMOs are hard to beat. But I do miss some of the options that were available. Well, actually, it might be a case of not looking deeply enough into this, so I'm going to leave that at that. I want to say, and then there's some other games I think are really well made, but I don't want to call them my favorite because they are tough to play. They are tough to play. There's also Parsley. I do like Parsley as a system, but it's a party game. Oh, and I guess there's Werewolf too, One Night Ultimate Werewolf, but again, it's a party game. Favorite game played outside with a ball? Outside. Outside with a ball? You can bowl outside, right? Bowling? Bowling. Bowling. I've never been on bowling. I've only been indoor bowling, but you could theoretically play bowling outside, so I'm gonna say bowling because I know how to bowl. I think my other options would also be a bit non-standard. Thinking about games I've played, and it's kind of I remember playing Bocce. Bocce ball. And pickleball and a few other things. But it's been a very long time since I've done those. Don't play too many games with a ball outside. Or indoors, really. Mostly it's just fetch, honestly. It's mostly fetch. Should I even say fetch, actually? Because it's not like the cats return it, now I think about it. So it's just throw. I think it's just throw. Mage Knight? Tough to play. What is Mage Knight? What kind of game is that? That's right. I was reading. I started to read another World of Darkness inspired RPG. Yeah, sure. You can DM it to me. I don't have DMs blocked. DM me on Discord if you're a part of it, because that's a little easier for me to access. When people DM me on Twitch, it's kind of like, wait, I'll get it hours later because I don't think to check. I don't think to check there. You can also DM on Twitter. But right, Princess the Hopeful. It seemed interesting. Although it kind of reminds me of Changeling the Dreaming. That's not a bad thing. I liked Changeling the Dreaming in theory. In practice, I never got to see it in practice, but it seemed like it would be a difficult game to run. I think that Princess the Hopeful, from what I had read, had made the world in such a way that it would be, you'd actually be able to run it as a game. Although, it might be a case of, can you find the players for it? Can you find the players for it? Oh, yeah, sorry. I should have put it up. What is this? Oh. Work with with or fight other players and control multiple tokens and characters. Fighting against other players in a game like Gloomhaven feels like it'd be really rough. Like, man, Gloomhaven was tough as it was. Adding in PvP, that's really dangerous. That's really dangerous. Usually, wait, when was that? Okay, that was a while ago. So it is a board game then, I'm assuming. Like, and not a tabletop game. I mean, not a tabletop RPG. Tabletop games include board games, but not all tabletop games are board games. Actually, now that you say it, it's kind of a case of maybe I know someone who has Mage Knight, but probably not. It's been a while. Okay, I sorry, Octorate. I read that first part and it was kind of an that's the line? That's very meta. Okay. I'm gonna read it over first. Just to make sure I understand the intent of it. Oh, it's a deck builder. Oh, but then again, actually, looking at like Gloomhaven, it's kind of a, it's 100% not a deck builder. It's actually kind of a deck remover. You're slowly whittling away your hand. I'm reading silently. You're gonna hear it in a bit. I suppose actually for it to be like a reverse, I guess it goes into your own personal like discard pile, not like a group discard pile, because otherwise it's kind of like you're returning cards to the town or cards to like a center pile. But I guess it doesn't really matter where that they go, just that they're not usable anymore. Okay. To forgive a man who has done wrong. Actually, no. I should do it deeper. To forgive a man who has done wrong. To be still a friend to one who has trodden friendship underfoot. To continue being faithful to one who has broken faith. What I say may perhaps seem incredible to you, but you must not doubt it. For surely all goodness has not yet entirely perished from among men, but there is still in us a remnant of the ancient virtue. However, if anyone should disbelieve it, that merely strengthens my desire, in order that men may see accomplished with their own eyes what no one would believe could come to pass. For this would be the one profit I could gain from my present troubles. If I were to bring the matter to an honorable conclusion, and show all the world that there is a right way to deal with even civil war. This is not misfortune, in other words, but to bear it nobly is good fortune. Those last two lines are kind of weird. Sorry. For this would be the one profit I could gain from my present troubles, if I were able to bring the matter to an honorable conclusion, and show all the world that there is a right way to deal even with civil war. To deal even with civil war. Blech. Where to put the emphasis? This is not misfortune, in other words, but to bear it nobly is good fortune. Emperor Marcus Aurelius, addressing his legions after the betrayal of Cassius. It is Cassius, right? What is the... I know you have the thing in here about, like, after the betrayal of Cassius, but what did Cassius do? What was his betrayal? Lore dump on me. Real life lore dump. If you would. Actually, we finished all of these. That means... going to swap something out real quick. Is this gonna be... yeah, okay. This is a little better. I'm going to put this over here. I'm gonna put it over here. You're welcome. I'm a little surprised it's not like... At first it's kind of a... Is this from Warhammer? Is this from Warhammer? Although, honestly, even with those names, it's kind of a, is it from Warhammer? Except for the fact that, like, oh, it's not that emperor. Okay. Was it last week or the week before? Doing some research. Research on that. Sorry, I'm thinking about, like, where do I move things? Where do I move things? I'm locked. So I'm going to let me move. Let me move. Wrong thing. Okay, I'm gonna move myself over here. We're going to bring this up. Okay. Oh. And oh, what? Whoa, hold on, give me a second. What century was this? What century? Sorry, I've also been, let's see. Oh, okay. 44 BC. Okay. That makes more sense. That makes more sense. Doing some slight research, but not a huge amount of research, also on Roman history circa 5th century. So it's kind of a wait. There was talks about periods. Okay, so there's periods where there were multiple popes, and then there were some issues with popes having kids and stuff, right? Like, papal history is funky, but Roman history is also funky, right? So more of a case, like, is this from... This is from one of those time periods, but it's from around Julius Caesar. That's a couple centuries too early. Couple centuries too early. Thank you, Lazitia, for the follow. Oh, and he's even mentioned in Dante's Inferno. Okay, there we go. One more thing. I should probably just do this manual or automated, but oh, so no one was home. No one was home for it. Stream's going okay. I'm learning Roman history. Doing a little bit of history, digging. Not a huge amount, but a little bit. And we're just at the ranking portion, actually, of... This might actually also be... Well, I guess we'll get through what non-monsters we can after this. get through what not. I say not monsters. They're all monsters, but the human-shaped monsters, the ones that walk among us, those monsters, we'll get to after this, as much as we can. And probably will actually bleed into next week, though. I learned a new thing earlier this week, and that was that vandals are actually people like the barbarians. It's just permeated into culture now. Like the meaning has changed. It's no longer like a description. Well, I say description of a people. It's no longer like a title. Isn't the right word either. Is it demonym? Maybe is demonym the right word? Hold on. Demonym. Yeah, it's no longer a demonym because barbarian was a demonym, right? Mm-hmm. I guess it's actually not demonym technically. But vandal is more of a demonym, I think. I love Coast. Let's see. So I do have our list of monsters, and also I have, let me hide these two. We don't need to care about them right now. We only need to care about 2 rows. Ish. Actually, I should also move this one. I can't see it in this particular layout. We're gonna move that up. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 14? What about this one? What is this one? Oh, Nightmare is the end. Oh. I thought with the extra space, but I guess that's just from how I developed this so it wouldn't break in certain situations. So, there's no strict order. This is just kind of a feeling sort of thing. This is a feeling. Inevitables. Actually, I say that. Word demons. Word demons sound super cool. Word demons. Onomancy. Onomancy is cool. It's just a shame. It's just a shame. But maybe it will work out here. A lot of these are actually really cool. Like the Chain Devil and the Corruptor. Especially the Corruptor. Like, demons. Demons are cool. Fiends are cool, I should say, because not all demons... fiends are not all demons. I'm gonna grab these 2. They are super cool. Actually, I feel like maybe Chain Devil might be a level lower now I think about it. Simply because there's less to be done with them versus Corruptors, which... Social guiles needed to avoid that entire scenario. Oozes just exist in vibe. They just are, and that is trouble. That is a trouble all of its own. I do have a Chaos Ooze up. Those were cool. I think I put the black pudding. Okay, black pudding is in C. They're kind of neat. They're kind of neat. Yeah, overall coolness, how fun it would be to play as them as a DM or play against them is kind of included, all wrapped in. Like, it's a lot of fun to play liches and vampires. Like, vampires are I hate to say like common, but there's still a freshness to them just because of the intelligence that they can be played with. It's usually a lot more fun to play smart monsters than it is to play dumb monsters. Usually. More tactics to consider. More neat tricks you can pull out. Not to say, I mean, like, if you look at S, will-o-wisps, not considered smart creatures. They're kind of barely creatures. But I still really think that the concept is really neat, like the trickster nature. Yeah, that's the reason why kobolds are A. That's the reason why kobolds are so high. Yeah, I've run kobolds in general. But they're just lacking like a little bit of coolness factor. Kobolds, otherwise they'd be an S. Goblins are split up into a few different types of goblins, to be honest. In the book, they are in the horde section. So there's the goblin orcaster. There is where else? Where are the other goblins? Did I put them down that far? No, I don't think I did. I have to double check. Actually, give me 1 second. I thought there were more goblins than that, but I don't see them in here. I'll have to double check what the other goblins were. Roper. This interpretation of Roper. Let me check. I'm sorry. I can't have it set to like do this every time for some reason. I don't know why it keeps flipping. Okay. There is. Let me search for. So they have, okay, they have regular goblin and then goblin orcaster. So the only description for the goblin orcaster, oh lord, who taught them magic? They are marked as intelligent. They are marked as intelligent. Yeah, so they have a bit of, I mean, very clearly humor in the books. They do, this is written around 2012, 2013, I believe. So a lot, they have pop culture references in here too a bit. Sparingly, thankfully, in the sidebars, because I feel like if it were in the main chunk of text, it would detract overall from it. I feel like as a manual, it needs to be a little bit timeless. A little bit timeless. Yeah. Goblins. I'm trying to remember. Cloaker, choker, black pudding, kobolds. But there was like one or two that had like other ones that had really short descriptions. The dragon may have been one of them. Like, you know what it is? I know what it is. It's dragon time. Was it here? Yeah, dragons. Dragon. They're the greatest and most terrible things this world will ever have to offer. It's just sort of a no description of a dragon, just yep. You know what it is. you know what it is. Versus like the entire thing that they gave for a Pegasus. People know what Pegasi are too, but they felt like they still needed to write a description for them. What did they do for the orcs? Okay, they gave them actual descriptions too. It's been a good couple months since I've read through some of these, so it's a bit rough in my mind. Werewolf? Orc? Griffin? I remember there was another like one or two that were really short. Frogman? Nope. Crocodilian? Okay, yeah, crocodilian. Here we go. It's a really, really big crocodile. Seriously. So big. That's it. Oh. And then there's the sidebar section, which you can mostly read. They have very few sidebars in this section of the book, so I kind of cut it out for the cropping. But it says, I hate the wetlands. They're stupid and wet, and there are bugs everywhere, and I think I maced a crane. Lindsay from Arrested Development. People don't think about Arrested Development much anymore, do they? I feel like even at this stage it was well known, but it wasn't necessarily airing when this was published. So I feel like it's been another 10 years tacked on. It's drifted out of the mind of later generations. Yeah, it's a really big crocodile. You haven't thought about it since 2007? Since the first time the series went out? Before they got the... what was it, Netflix? Extra seasons? Or season? I have to admit, I never made it fully through Arrested Development. Honestly, they may have been unable to call it a dire or whatever. They may not have been able to because of the system. Could be wrong, though. Could be wrong. Because at least for Tarask, Tarask is from... I want to say it's at least referenced in the Bible, so, like, they can point to that. Like, look, we're referencing that. It's all based on the same stuff. The same thing with Leviathan, right? I don't necessarily know about, like, the term dire in terms of creatures. Yeah, I have no idea if dire is trademarked or if they just didn't want to deal with it. I don't think there are any other dire creatures in here. Okay, I'm not going to do that. No, it doesn't look like it. I think it's more like Leviathan is the name of a specific creature, isn't it? Just like Tarask is. The reason I know Tarask like that is mostly because I played Fate Grand Order, and Martha in there basically has a pet Tarask. I say a pet Tarask when really it's like it's the Tarask. It's the Tarask, and she tamed it or something. I don't know. Let me catch the water. Hold on. Oh. Okay. Thank you. I'll take some water. I took too much water. Also, thank you, Neon Rabbit and Toru for the follows. I'm sorry I missed that earlier. Scroll of Tarask. Now, is it a which version of D&D made that? And also, I guess version will depend on make other things depend. 5e. Now, is it a Scroll of Tarask as in a Scroll of Fireball? Oh. Because there's two different types of scrolls, essentially. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Like, is it something anyone can cast, or is it something that you have to be a mage to cast? Because there's a difference there, and that makes a world of difference if anyone can just poof a Tarask. Because I think, by default, there's only one scroll in all the books that falls into the case of anyone can cast it. I think it was like some sort of armor scroll of some sort, and it felt more like an oversight on the writer's part altogether than any sort of specific plan, like that whole division between different types of scrolls. That option. Sounds like a good campaign ender, like a deck of many. And by that I mean the kind of thing where it's just like, you want to end the game real quick? Here's a good excuse. Yeah, I mean, it really depends on what kind of scroll it is. As I said, there's two different types of scroll items, and one of them you have to be a mage in order to use scrolls, and the other one, anyone can use it. So it really depends on which. Like, it's a definition. Hold on. I still have a D&D Beyond account because it renews yearly, and it renewed in like December, so I can still grab that up. Sorry, lots of clicking. So there's Spell Scroll. And Spell Scroll is separate from the other kind of thing, which was a specific item. And where the frick did that go? Was it considered part of equipment? It may have been part of equipment. Scroll. Case map scroll. Magic item scroll. No, it doesn't count as that. I swear there was something in. Maybe it's in DM's guide, honestly. Can I search just the DM's guide? I might have to mute again because I think I might sneeze. Creating a magic item. Yeah, but spell scroll, there's like spell scrolls, and then there's one object in a description that is a scroll. It's a scroll that casts a spell effectively, but it is not a spell scroll technically. There's some weird edge cases in there. That was one of them. I just don't remember where it was. Scroller protection, it might be that. Let me double check. think it may have also had some sort of interplay with certain classes. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so you probably also found the same thing I just found about scroller protection and how anyone can use a scroller protection. So, like, there's generic scroll-ish versus spell scroll. But if you read the section for scroller protection, it doesn't describe it as a spell scroll, it just describes it as a scroll. Yeah. Does this count as rules layering? I think it does. Oops. But it's okay, we're not playing an actual game. Okay, so I was actually working on this. So we read some of these last week. So a little bit like fuzzier on them. The angels in here were a little weak. Oh, actually, well, I want to say they were weak in appearance, but in content, they seem kind of cool. Because it's not in the... They did not go like full, be not afraid. They did not do that fully. But they did go the lawful route as opposed to a good route. Vengeful God sort of feeling. What would be like? Spread the word, and the word is death. that sort of God is what the angels serve. So I think that's cool. I like that. Nightmares are a little underwhelming. Larvae are actually kind of cool. They're pretty messed up, but I think that they are a good shock. They're a good shock. They may not have a lot to actual play though in terms of like fight to them, except for maybe overwhelming numbers. But I think that could make an interesting encounter. But they're not exactly mindless though, because they're the ones who are like crying out for salvation. They're crying out for salvation. Salvation that you cannot give them. Yeah, they do actually say exactly crying out for salvation. I can't move. What? Thank you for the water. Thanks. I'm going to do something real quick. You're going to hear a couple clicks. Okay, this should work better. I'm also going to move over here a little bit more. Their description made them sound like they spread illness. Yeah, they're the rot grubs. They're the rot grubs. Although actually they have another creature that's more similar. Actually, no, they're still kind of like rot grubs. So, I think they would be. They're not like an ongoing kind of creature necessarily. They're like a one-time kind of creature, maybe twice. Like the first time to show how you don't want to deal with him. The second time should be quicker dealing, or like sidestepping them, that kind of thing. Okay, I'm gonna flip back. Yeah, nightmares are a little underwhelming. They're like an accessory, honestly. They're an accessory. I would put them in with the rest of these, like Salamander, Pegasus. They're probably actually, yeah, Pegasus line. They're not the main course, they're a side dish. Between like a Quasit and an imp, I know that the imp is like on a lower rung than a Quasit, but I still feel like the imp is cooler than a Quasit. Even if they can't do as much. Looking at the Tarrasque, and it's not like S. It's not S, despite it being like huge, big deal. I guess A or B, and it's kind of looking at the other options here. It eats and it sleeps, and you want it to not be anywhere near you. It's I guess here I'm not. I think the fact that it's unbeatable detracts a little bit, because what can you do about it? What can you do about it? It's a interesting like set piece, but just the once, maybe. Just the once. I've actually forgotten about the Barb Devil. I'm going to try not to hit blind you guys, but it's gonna happen again. I really don't know why I keep switching. Like, why? Why? Let's go back up to the Barb Devil. I'm actually gonna flip through these again a little bit. Barb Devil. So, on a site, it appears only on a site of great violence or when called by a wayward summoner. Covered in sharp quills, it revels in spilling of blood. Cruel but not particularly effective beyond slaughter. So they're not like super cool. Chain Devil though, like dragging, they're solitary, and they come to drag someone down. This is part of a story. This is not a straight up fight necessarily. I want to say. So the concept elemental, I haven't actually read Chainsaw Man, but it feels a bit like the whole devil thing there, right? Like how there's Chainsaw Devil. I don't know any of the other devils, honestly. Not any of the legit devils. The only other devil I know is a joke devil. But there's supposed to be a devil for like a whole bunch of things, right? Like it's just a name devil, and that's their shtick. So concept elementals are pretty much the same thing. What do you mean, lol? What do you mean? You don't. It's a fake devil. It doesn't exist. Right? Mm-hmm. Actually, is power considered a devil? I don't honestly know. I don't know what her devil is, unless she just hasn't said. There is a character called Power, right? McGuffin? McGuffin is Gun Devil? Blood Devil? Yeah, okay. So, any devil is possible. You say that. All I can think of now is that one dumb meme devil. Okay. But Chainsaw Devil is a little different, huh? I know it's got like an asterisk on it. It's like one of the few devils that can kill other devils. Because otherwise devils are unkillable, right? As concepts. So yeah, concept elementals are really cool. Following that entire tirade, I have not actually read anything of, I say anything, I've only read extremely small meme sections of Chainsaw Man, and I don't know if they're edits or not in most cases. You can absolutely spoil them. Actually, I say that. I don't mind spoilers for Chainsaw Man because I don't know if I'm ever going to read it. And also, I've read the general plot for it. But for other people in my chat, I don't know if they care about spoilers. I don't know if they care about spoilers. So I know, I guess like the second half thing. In that, like, there's a second, well, maybe I shouldn't say second half, but like, there's a twist and things change drastically. I like you. Hope you're having a good day so far. There's only one meme. Is there really only one memed devil? I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. Actually, now that I think about that panel, I have to wonder what the original says. Thank you for the follow, John Wizzy. So we only have a few more devils to rank. I say devils, they're not devils, they're not devils. They are monsters. We are ranking monsters. Planar Powers. We're ranking Planar Powers. Just like me, for real, for real. No. I mean, that's one of the other panels. You're joking, right? You're joking. You've seen the panel where it's like, so I don't know her name, but there's the one girl with short dark hair who has a beauty mark, and she looks a little frightened, right? Like she seems a bit sensitive, Kobeni. And it's her, and she looks, I guess, like a little nervous, and she looks like she's basically in like an Alcoholic Anonymous kind of meeting circle, a therapy circle. That was the feeling I got from the way it was laid out. And she's saying, my devil is, and after that line, I don't how to put it. That's the meme's devil. I don't know if what the text of the original panel is, if she actually says what her devil is or not. I just know the meme devil. Yeah. Yeah. You don't have the blank devil? Did someone do an additional meme panel to cover that? I feel like I've seen that comic before of that refuting of the meme. Because with what you were saying about how people can't fear that, right? Like, that's not something to be afraid of. So it wouldn't make sense as a devil. People aren't afraid of that, right? Are they? Like, maybe I just don't understand. Maybe I just don't understand. Okay, so barb devils are kind of bleh. They're kind of bleh. They're not that cool. I think they fit in well with minotaurs and growlins. If you go too far. If you go too far? I'm sorry, I'm thinking. Just kind of a... Wait, there's a tomato devil? We don't live in a time when people get hit with rotten fruit anymore for bad performances. Who's afraid of tomatoes like that? At least 3 people afraid of butter knives. You can still stab someone with that, but it's just kind of a... Who's afraid? Okay, actually, now I think about it, I could see that being a thing in certain circumstances. Like peeling the meme away. It would just be a weak devil. Well, maybe not weak, but like... So, what do devils do exactly? Like, what is the tomato devil like, for instance? I'm building up this mental image of Copity's meme devil now. Shit. That's why a darkness devil is powerful but is weakened over time in history. People are less afraid of the dark. I want to say it's a little surprising that people are less afraid of the dark now than they were, because the world is so lit up now. We're not actually as exposed to the dark as we used to be. So I think if people were properly placed in the dark, they would be afraid once more. No? But I suppose that might just be... I hope I didn't accidentally touch upon something that was in the series, I guess. How to make people fear the dark? Yeah. It's more Chainsaw Devil talking around things and not actually, well, like meta stuff, considering I haven't read any of the content aside from consuming memes and reading plot. And thank you, Nameless Dragon, for the follow. Gun Devil is a centerpiece. Yeah. Honestly, though, chainsaws look scarier to me than guns do, but maybe that's because I feel like there's more. Maybe it's also where I'm from too. I feel like guns are more commonplace than chainsaws. Guns are more commonplace. That's fair. I feel like though when it comes to like scary movies and stuff, guns are a bit more common, but not necessarily as like horror pieces versus chainsaws, where there is definitely, when there's a chainsaw in a horror movie or something like that, there's an intent to scare, there's an intent to maul, there's an intent to pain, versus the gun where it's not a torture device, it's a killing device, if that makes sense. So I feel like guns are useless in horror pieces, and that might affect like general fear levels, but that's fair too. I say this as someone who hasn't watched a whole lot of horror movies though, because I'm a coward. I'm a coward. So it's all theory. It's all theory. But thinking about haunted mansions, haunted rides, and stuff like that, a gunshot is more every day, and for some reason that feels less scary than the sound of a chainsaw revving. Oh, that's neat. Displacement effect? That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. A bunch of millennials scared of driving behind a trailer hauling a full load of logs. Yeah, I could see that too. I remember hearing a story when I was much younger. Not logs, but a trailer full of, I think, sand or something like that. Accidentally getting dumped on a car behind it, and that was not a happy ending. That was not a happy ending. So, logs. Oh, that's from a movie? I've never seen that movie. Idiots Beyond My Control. Again, I've never seen the movie, but definitely things that can fall out of vehicles. I mean, cars are scary when you like actually really think about them, but we're so used to them, it doesn't really register. It doesn't really register to people anymore. If you're on a walking right by a large road, or if you're cycling, and a truck whizzes by, like mortality just whizzing by you. It's a scary movie. I've had some people try and get me to watch scary movies, especially recently. Okay, we only have a few more of these. I like talking about the meta of it, but not necessarily like watching it. I'm trying to remember. Hereditary is the horror movie by the person who did Midsommar, right? Or group that did Midsommar. It's like I've read the plots for those, but I'm never gonna fucking watch them. Never. Actually, there was something I was reading the other. Okay, this isn't horror in terms of outright horror. It's more existential horror, I suppose. I say existential horror. Maybe a certain morose quality to it. It's not horror at all. Then I looked at the plot to a movie that I'd heard the phrase, but I didn't know what it was. And then it turned out to be really, really depressing. If you've ever heard Midnight Cowboy, damn, it's not a happy movie. It's not a happy movie. Thank you, A Silent Move, for the follow. And here I am talking about depressing things. Hereditary theory for a loop. It seems it was written, the plot was written that it mostly made sense. And sometimes you just have to accept things in the world. Hellhounds, I think, are better than Barb Devils. Are they better than Nightmares? I don't know. Actually, for this, I have to add another row in. Are they better than Imps, Hellhounds? I think they could be as good as... Can I do another row? Can I do another row? I can add another row. Click. What? That wasn't the point. The point was up here. There we go. Thinking about horror movies that I've recently, I say recently, in the past couple years that I've read, Synapses. Oh, it sounds so painful to say that because I'm so weak that I'm not going to actually watch them myself, so I just read them. Was it Get Out? Let me double check. I don't think it was Get Out. I think it was by the same director. What was it? I guess it was another Jordan Peele project. Us? It may have been Us. Yeah, it was Us. I remember the image for it. Us seemed like an interesting concept, but at the same time, there's one, it felt really hard to accept, like, the base for it, I suppose. Does anyone remember the name of the horror movie that has two young men basically running through a community, a vacation community, going from house to house, ingratiating themselves to the locals? Like, I don't know, they didn't explain how they got in initially, but they were initially shown to the protagonist as friends of one of their neighbors, and then they eventually wove themselves into the protagonist's lives and tortured them to death in their own home, and at the same time starting the integrating process into, like, the next family. Like, they were just running rampant, fucking with people to death. What was the name of that movie? Yeah, and they even do a fourth wall breaking, actually. I remember that description, where they said something like, no, that's not how this goes. Like, this is not how the movie works. What was it? Does that sound familiar to anyone? Wow, there's a lot of Night on the Beach? I don't think so. I think I had a more modern short name. I don't know the actors because, again, I've only read the synopsis. I haven't actually read it. Let's see. I think it was Funny Games. Let me check. Yes. Yes. It was Funny Games. Was that really that long ago? Oh, there's two versions that came out 10 years apart. It was Funny Games. So, it was filmed in Long Island. Yeah, it was definitely Funny Games. Hello, Lurking Yoshi. Also, thank you for the follow, Shibaro. Sorry, I missed that earlier. It was definitely Funny Games. And I don't know any of the names of the people involved in this movie. It's not a choose your own adventure book. It's actually a manual. Okay, this is gonna. Okay, I'm gonna hide it briefly because otherwise you're gonna get blinded by the light. It is an RPG book. It's a tabletop RPG manual. It's a manual, and it is freely available online. Like, legit, legally. It's how to play. It's a how to play an RPG book. And I was reading through the monster stat blocks, and now I'm ranking them. Nominally ranking them. For the past while, we've actually been talking about horror movies. The strategy guide. I moved a year or two ago, and I think I got rid of the last of my strategy guides. I had 2 different Final Fantasy VII strategy guides in paper. One of them came with a poster. I think I also had a Final Fantasy VIII and a Final Fantasy IX one. And I have fond memories of reading through I think it was Baldur's Gate 2 manual back when I was very young. They would have had nothing to do with the remake, though. And also, kind of a case of, it's not something I have referred to in literally decades. So, kind of a case of, I could use that space for another book. I could use that space for another book. And also, no guarantee. Yeah, I can get that data on the internet. Which I actually was doing for Legend of Mana. When I played Legend of Mana, I think I was using digital guides at that time. And now they still have websites up dedicated to Legend of Mana guides. There was no internet in 1997? That's wrong. That's wrong. I was there. There was internet. There was internet. I'm trying to remember widely used internet. It wasn't good internet. Look, it didn't matter how long it took to get that photo. You got the photo in the end, right? You got the photo in the end, right? My family had a dedicated internet. No, you're kidding me. No, it wasn't. It was earlier than I was learning Cisco networking. Very, very basic stuff for that before 2006. Huh? Thank you, Ingress, for the follow. I didn't actually have to suffer through much dial-up. We had our own dedicated phone line. We had our own dedicated phone line. My family, very much like computers. Yeah, with the noises and stuff. Yeah. But computers were a big hobby for my family, so we tended to upgrade quickly when we could. And we lived in an area where we could do so. My family would have LAN party, or I say my family, certain members of my family would have LAN parties, like actually bringing their computers together. But then again, there was also, when was Westwood Studios a thing? Because I very distinctly remember that. You're gonna hear a lot of tapping. Westwood Studios. Yeah, they went defunct in 2003, so... Command and Conquer. Yeah, they would do matchmaking, I suppose, over the internet for that. When did that come out? When did Red Alert come out? 1996? Yeah, so, I mean... I didn't play Red Alert at that time, but I do distinctly remember silos needed. That haunts my sister and I. Silos needed. That ends, what is it? Wololo. That was Age of Empires 2, right? And that was another one. Age of Empires 2 was 99? That late? Okay. Monk. I need a monk. Earth and Beyond before they shut down. Yeah, so there were still people who were gaming online before 1997. And, like, you might say it was a novelty, but was it really? Was it really? Being able to dedicate resources to having games over the internet. It's not strictly necessary now, and it's not. Thinking about other things. Before 2006, the age of piracy, the age of Napster, Kazaa, all that junk, LimeWire. 2006. When did YouTube start? I know the event-ish, but I don't know the time frame, if that makes sense. Like what year that was. 2005. Yeah. Thinking about that then. There was an entire world for that time frame before YouTube, for video places where you could share videos beforehand that were of certain qualities, or having to go to someone's personal website to find content. Yeah, going to someone's personal wallets off garden where they had copies of ripped VHSs of shows. Or maybe actually, well, maybe not shows. Hello, Nina. Hello, Nina Possum. Welcome, Raiders. Thank you. You're doing ASMR too? Welcome, welcome. I will try to be quiet. I will try and be quiet. We are nominally reading Tabletop RPG, but we're currently talking about the history of the internet. Welcome in, J2K, and Friendly Hamster, and it's Sam, and Spencer. Old people stuff, yeah. Thank you for the follow as well. Sargento Jonah, and Nini Possum, and it's Sam Batesy. Old people stuff, yeah. Did you know internet existed back in the 90s? Do you know how you found your anime back before YouTube existed? And not talking about GeoCities. No. GeoCities didn't support that kind of thing. Not necessarily. No, this was more grand scale than that. I had a GeoCities website. That's how I learned how to code. I say code. It's HTML. It's not really programming. It's a thing. HTML is a markup language. Prim lore revealed. Yes. I wonder if some of the sites that I used to use still exist. I might be able to date my interest in the internet based on a site if I can find it, but it probably no longer exists. It's probably lost media. So, way back in the day when you had your own private website, when you had your own little private walled garden of GeoCities or a tripod or Angel Fire or whatever, there were some sites where you could adopt a JPEG essentially. Now that I think about it, it's a little bit proto NFT, honestly. So there was one particular person who I remember where you could apply to adopt like a unicorn or something like that, and she would draw you a custom unicorn for you to put on your website. And there was even like parentage for the unicorns and stuff like that. There were some more generic ones too that were automated, like you grab an image, you grab a particular snippet of code, and like after a week of it being an egg, it would hatch and grow up. But this was much more manual. And she also created another creature that was like a unicorn, dragon, tiger hybrid or something like that. And it had genetics, quote unquote. Basically, it was a very simple, like Punnett square of genetics that would determine how the creature looks like. So the parentage mattered because some things were rarer than others. I don't remember what the name of the creature was, though. If anyone remembers. I found it. It's a Drigus. And that was 1997. Drigetti. Oh god, this is such a... So she did freebies and she also did paid. So you could basically buy it. Does she still have the parentage? Oh my god, she does. This page was last updated in 2006. The website was frozen. Does this still like undergoing maintenance? This is Yahoo now. No, oh, this one still exists. This one still exists. I don't know if I can dark mode this, but I'm gonna try in a second. I'm gonna try. This is a snippet of old dumb internet history. Can I make it dark? Is it gonna work? It will not work. I'm going to open just the image. Open just the image, because otherwise it's gonna be like, it's already kind of dark, or rather it's already going to be a bit of a pain, but it's going to be less of a pain than the full previous site. So this is an example of a Drigus. So it's got, let me check what the genetics on this thing is. So it's a mare. She is, who are her parents? What is this funny looking horse's parents? Where did I put this? Oh, there's so many. This could be anything. So there's dragon, horse, and tiger in here. So what does this look like? What does this look like to us? Oh, I can't do that. Blech. Okay, I guess I have to do it this way. It has no whiskers. So that's a dominant trait. It has H. I don't know how to describe this body. Is this like a tiger body? What does a dragon body look like? It has feet like a tiger, which is a dominant, not a super dominant trait. It has the head of a dragon, which is dominant as well. The tail of a dragon, which is also dominant, or like super dominant. It has ears of a horse, which is dominant. It does not have spines, which is a recessive trait, and the dominant color is orange. I'm gonna show you the original site too. This is gonna be painful. I'm warning you, it's very white. So this is another example. What? Okay. Let me zoom in. Zoom. This is an old site because it's like shrunk into a corner. Looked like a horse. Maybe it is. I'm not honestly certain. There's a lot of stuff going on here. So this was the kind of thing. This was on a hidden website, so to speak. Or rather, this person built out a website and it had like hidden links in it so you could find hidden sections. It was basically a choose your own adventure kind of website, if that makes sense. So each page was a different location. I don't know if it might actually still be built like this. Hold on. Silver unicorn. Talking about all this stuff. Painted unicorn adoption. Drawing tutorials. Draghetti. All sorts of creatures they could adopt. Cyber pets. And all the things that she created. But I suppose she no longer has like the... Oh, she does. So you could adventure through the world onto the adventure. Yeah, look at this. Old internet alternate reality game is a choose your own adventure. Let's go east. Let's go south. We're in a grassland. You're in a rainforest. Internet, yeah. I'm a little afraid to look at the message post simply because how long ago? So she had painted unicorns. Definitely could have been hit by bots. It's less the bots and more like how depressing is it? How depressing is it? It doesn't exist anymore. I was thinking it was more of a less a forum, and I thought it was going to be a bit more of a bulletin board type thing, because that was popular back in the day. Guest book is more the word I was looking for. I thought it was going to be a guest book. So, I don't know if this came before Neopets technically, but it sort of gave the feeling of it. So what does she have in here? Do you want to see fire lizard adoptions? Oh my god, I remember this too. Adopt a fire lizard. Does this still exist? Look at all these fire lizards. It does not exist anymore. You can no longer adopt fire lizards. Packs and herds. Look at this. You can't even see the full list. There's actually like another entire column in here. Look at how poorly laid out this is. Oh, you can't even. Oh, it's cut off because of how. It's my side of cut off. So there's a second column. There's a second column. She has like at least 100 pages. And this was probably back in the day before automated pages in terms of like personal websites for a lot of people. So these are all like hand done, handmade, hand linked. Last up, you can't see it. You can't see it. Page made in 2004. Last linked in 2007. What are fire belly dragons? Everything goes. Everything's gone. We found a dragon. We found a dragon. Look, this is actually during this time she would have definitely been able to do what is the phrase? She would have been able to do digital art. Yeah, that was Angel Fire. I could have swore that she had digital. I'm expecting more art like this and less like the Draghetti that I saw, but that might be because she may have changed her art style. Yeah, here's a section on like the genetics of the Jurgis. It's like the head. D is for dragon. T is for tiger. H is for horse. Oh, there is a guest book. Hold on. Oh, there isn't a guest book. There is not a guest book. I'm going to check some of the later parents just because. Oh. I didn't realize that this went up. This was not the entire list. This is the a section of it. Okay, we're gonna check this one real quick. Does this one exist? It does not. How about this one? It does not. This one? It does not. Is this the right column? It is. Maybe I will just... Maybe the Angel 5. It still exists. Okay. But I could have sworn that she had moved to digital. Maybe I'm thinking of... Maybe there was someone else who did these? Maybe there was someone else who did these. Oh, there's so many. I could have sworn that there was one that had sharp liner, but like soft digital paint for the bodies. And not colored pencil. Unless this is rose-colored glasses, to be honest. It might be rose-colored glasses. Now I'm gonna be on a hunt for unicorns later after this stream. I will find one of my dreamed Getty. I will find a dreamed Getty or unicorn. And I will bring it to you. I need to put this down. So we only have 2 more. I'm going to close this down real quick so I can whiteify this. So there were concept elementals, there were corruptors. We didn't rank the Jin yet. Golem servants and human lovers. There's a quote here. And how this is one of the pieces that reminded me, yes, the lamp version is actually, it's made to be a light. It's made to be a light. I'm not like super thrilled with the Jin here, I suppose, with this description. I don't know, they don't set me aflame. Maybe, I guess it's... I feel like they probably have the same amount of options available to them as, say, the vampire and the lich. But, like, there's something about, I guess, the pizzazz that doesn't catch me. Looking at some of the other options here. Inevitable. This is another one where I don't know, it just doesn't quite strike me as cool as the word demon or the concept elemental, even though it is. Maybe I'm not in the right mind frame to really appreciate an inevitable. These were the ones again where it was basically made of stars. Basically made of stars. They are all things come to an end. Reality bleeds from the cut of entropy. Entropy's knife. You've seen the time knife, right? Everyone's seen it. It's nothing impressive. I also want to say, so there's all this about them, and they still have hit points and armors, when they later show other things that don't have that. So there's something that they're inevitable, but they're also defeatable. Also, they're not marked as intelligent. Like, that's kind of weird. It's kind of weird, considering everything else. I just feel like they could be a little bit more fleshed out, perhaps. A little bit more fleshed out. We've ranked all the planners. We only have one category left. One category of monster left, and it is the worst category of all. And that is because it is man. Mostly man. Mostly human. It is the category of acolytes, adventurers, bandits, hedge wizards, knights, the folk of the realm. The worst monster of all, yes. The most dangerous game as well. Somehow, despite being in a world where apocalypse dragons and Tarrasques actually exist. So it's gonna be next Sunday. That's gonna be next Sunday. Also, thank you, Kindest Nero, for the follow as well. I'm sorry I missed that 10 minutes ago. Wasn't looking in that section. There's a lot more in Folk of the Realm than there is in Planar Powers. But I think we can still try and cover it in one session. We can still try and cover it in one session. But upcoming this week. What is happening this week? Normally I stream a longer form game on Wednesdays. And that is still going to happen. It's going to be Tears of the Kingdom. Actually, is it? It's going to be Tears of the Kingdom or Breath of the Wild. Not quite 100% certain. However, I am going to put my schedule on Twitter sometime tonight or tomorrow morning. And so, long form game on Wednesday. One of the Zelda games. I will say that I am not very far into Tears of the Kingdom. I'm doing a lot of discovery and side stuff and not a lot of main plot. The ideal, though, is going to be either main plot in Tears of the Kingdom or DLC in Breath of the Wild, because I started some DLC and I haven't finished it yet off screen. I have not, because I was playing Tears of the Kingdom instead, and also playing other games. I literally had 2 session zeros. Like Friday, I had a session 0 for one campaign. Saturday, I had a session 0 for a different campaign. So not really a whole lot of time to do other stuff. I wasn't running either, but still, like, doing prep work. Session 0 for a Chronicles of Darkness game and a Blades in the Dark game. I've never played Blades in the Dark, so a little bit of learning there. And I haven't played Chronicles of Darkness, but I have played other White Wolf games. So like I have a base knowledge, but not the exact ones. Yeah. Yeah. I want to say there's a bit of a dearth of games, a little bit, but not a whole lot of time necessarily to do like long form games. But these are going to be shorter campaigns. It's a lot easier to slot them in when they're not supposed to be like ongoing forever. When they have a set endpoint and plot, expected to be, you know, like 3 to 6 sessions, because that, if you're only able to meet once a month, that's half a year. That could be half a year. And it's also the case of it. DM might plan only 3-4 sessions, but surprise, players are players, and we've done something to change things so drastically that we've just doubled the game length. That's happened. So, Zelda on Wednesday. Friday I'm going to be playing a board game. I haven't picked out which one. We try and usually do every week or every other week for games, but sometimes things just don't align. The intent is almost always every week or every other week, though. For most of the games that I'm part of with previous groups, if it's a new group, then it's still yet to be decided. One shot turns into a 2-year. I've not had that happen. I've had something that was supposed to be a 12 session turn into a 24 or 26. But I don't think I've had... Okay, strike that. I had something that was meant to be a filler game between... while another campaign was on hiatus, become a concurrent campaign for years. I had that happen once. But not much on the others. But Friday I'm going to be playing a board game of some sort. And Sunday we're going to be finishing reading this. We're going to be reading Folk of the Realm. And on Tuesday, actually, I'm going to be playing something on stream. It might be at a really odd time. I might stream during the day. I'm going to stay up really late because, one, Final Fantasy XIV latest patch is going to come out, but I don't think I'm going to play that on stream because it's going to be my birthday. It's going to be my birthday. I'm going to be turning 335, so this upcoming Tuesday. So I'm probably going to do something a little on stream. It's not going to be a big deal. It's not going to be a big deal. We'll figure it out as we go. Absolutely, completely planned to perfection, obviously. And I might schedule in something else later because I did say I wanted to watch something. So maybe on Tuesday as well, I might set up something for watching something on Discord. As a treat. Maybe if I can find Vampire Hunter D in time. I'll have to go digging. I have a list of things to search for. Find my DVDs and find Adrigas. Thank you, the Galento, for the follow. Let's see. Yeah, I have a list of things to do. Just... Let's see. Where do we go from here? Do we do go to ASMR or do we go somewhere else? Do we go to ASMR? We probably should, considering everything, huh? Who is... Is there anyone else who's also reading right now? Not that this was a huge amount of reading. Thank you, Grungy Emo, for the follow. Just thinking about that name, Grungy Emu. That brings back memories. Emu farms in the 90s were a thing, weren't they? They were a thing earlier too, but I think that they became more popular, having certain unusual creatures on your farm. Llama farms, emu farms, ostrich farms. Ostrich farms. But I guess emus are like smaller ostriches, right? So probably easier to handle. Okay. Why don't we go to... Okay. Thinking about it again. Would you be more interested in ASMR, or are you interested in more like nerd talk? This is a dividing line. You can't have both. You can't have both, unfortunately. Let's see. There's no... I'm a pioneer in this field. I'm a pioneer. I'm actually not a pioneer. I'm sure that there's other people who do this. I just don't know them, and or they stream at like completely different time in comparison. But I'm pretty certain if you look on YouTube, there's people who are ASMR reading. I'm pretty certain that there's a script for like helping your girlfriend through her first time creating a D&D character, ASMR mic style. That's a thing. Or do you want to listen to a girl describe? That's not the right way of putting it. RP ASMR scripts of like the girl DM helping you through building a character in an unfamiliar system. I'm sure that's an actual thing as well. I just mostly remember the first type of script. It's kind of I don't need help making a D&D. I can pretend, but okay. In that case, though, I'm going to write Kitsura. She is currently doing ASMR. She's doing ASMR right now, and she's been on for a little bit, so I will leave you in her hands. Thank you very much for joining. I will have a schedule up on Twitter before tomorrow noon, I would say. Thank you for joining me tonight, and I hope you have a good night or a good day, depending on where you live. Sleep well.